Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Took a Job at a Toy Store, and the dolls are returned with teeth marks. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first doll I saw with teeth marks was a 12-inch ballerina with a cracked plastic smile, a pink tulle skirt, and two neat half moons pressed into the rubber of her left cheek. At first, I thought a kid had bitten her. That made sense. Kids bit things. They bit sleeves, crayons, their own knees when they got frustrated enough. I had worked one summer at a daycare in Dayton, and I once watched a 3-year-old bite the corner off a foam alphabet mat because his mother was late picking him up, and he didn't have words for that yet. So when I found the ballerina sitting upright in the return bin behind the counter, her painted blue eyes aimed at the ceiling tiles, I didn't panic. I just made a face, held her by one ankle, and said, "Gross." That was before I noticed the bite marks were on the inside of the packaging, too. My name is Mara Ellison. I was 26 that November, female, and newly back in Ohio after a year and a half in Chicago that had ended with less drama than a breakup, but more humiliation than I liked admitting. I had moved home to Kettering with 2 duffel bags, a laptop with a cracked hinge, and the kind of bank account that made every grocery trip feel like a math exam. The toy store job was supposed to be temporary, seasonal, something to get me through Christmas without borrowing money from my mother, who still had a way of saying, "It's no trouble," that made it sound exactly like trouble. The store was called Whistle and Wren Toys, tucked between a children's shoe place and a locally owned card shop in a strip mall off Far Hills Avenue. It wasn't one of those huge chain stores with fluorescent aisles and forklifts groaning in the back. Whistle and Wren smelled like cardboard, cinnamon-scented pine cones from a basket near the register, and the faint plasticky sweetness that comes off new dolls when they sit under warm lights all day. There were wooden train sets near the front window, puzzles arranged by age group, plush animals drooping over wicker baskets, and a wall of dolls in boxes that reflected the overhead bulbs in their clear plastic fronts. The dolls were the expensive kind, not luxury exactly, but the sort grandparents bought with 2 hands and a little speech about taking care of nice things. Baby dolls with weighted bodies, fashion dolls with jointed knees, soft-bodied toddlers with blinking eyes and tiny bottles, dolls that made sounds when you squeezed them, dolls that promised friendship in 6 languages if you pulled the right tab. I started on a Monday morning, 3 weeks before Thanksgiving. Lisa Morley, 48, female, was the store manager, and she introduced herself while wrestling a display rack into place with her shoulder. She had short gray-brown hair, a voice that could slice through a room without sounding mean, and reading glasses that lived on top of her head until she needed them, at which point she'd pat all her pockets and accuse the universe of stealing them. "We're small," she said, breathless, as the rack finally snapped into its base. Small means Everyone does everything. Register, stocking, returns, gift wrap, bathroom disasters. You squeamish. Not professionally, I said. She laughed once. Good enough. Theo Grant, 22 male, came in 10 minutes late with a knit beanie shoved over blonde curls and a coffee from a gas station. He was a University of Dayton student taking the semester off, though he said it like he was waiting for someone to challenge him. He had the easy, restless energy of someone who hated standing still, tapping shelves, bouncing on the balls of his feet, flipping box cutters open and closed, until Lisa told him she would tape his fingers together. He showed me how to scan returns and whispered, "Don't let Lisa catch you accepting anything sticky." Last year, somebody returned slime in a doll stroller. Was the stroller defective? No. Their kid just slime crimed it. Priya Shah, 35, female, arrived after lunch to take over gift wrapping. She was an elementary school art teacher from Centerville, working weekends and school breaks because, in her words, glitter doesn't pay rent, and neither does the state of Ohio. She wore bright earrings shaped like little paint palettes and had a soft, measured way of speaking that made angry customers lower their volume without knowing why. While I restocked board games near the back, she folded silver paper around a wooden chemistry set and hummed along to the store radio. It should have been simple work. For a while, it was. The morning had a harmless rhythm to it, the register chirping, receipt paper whispering out of the machine, the door chime giving its little two-note ping every few minutes. Parents pushed strollers over the rubber mats near the entrance. Grandparents picked up boxes and squinted at age recommendations. A toddler in a red coat kept making a stuffed raccoon kiss every animal in the plush bin, while his father apologized to no one in particular. I liked it more than I expected. Maybe because nobody knew me there. Nobody asked about Chicago unless I mentioned it first. Nobody knew I'd quit a job I'd worked toward for 4 years because I'd frozen during a client presentation, lost my place, and stood there with 70 pages of research in my head and nothing coming out of my mouth but a dry click. The official story was burnout. The real story was that I had discovered something ugly about myself. Under pressure, I could disappear while still standing in plain view. At Whistle and Wren, disappearing was harder. Customers looked you right in the face and asked where the magnetiles were. Near 3 o'clock, Lisa showed me the return process. "We inspect everything," she said, lifting the counter flap so I could stand beside her. "People try things. People lie. People let dogs chew $90 playsets and say they opened the box that way. We are polite. We are firm. We do not accuse unless we enjoy 1-star reviews." Theo leaned against the counter beside us. "We also do not accept dolls that smell like soup. That happened one time. It was a lot of soup." Lisa ignored him and tapped the laminated return policy taped under the counter. "Unopened items within 30 days. Defective items depend. Anything damaged by the customer, no refund. If you're unsure, call me." That was when the woman came in with the ballerina doll. She looked exhausted in the ordinary parent way, not frightened. Late 30s, maybe. brown hair in a loose ponytail, puffer vest zipped over a sweatshirt, car keys hooked around one finger. A girl around 6 stood half hidden behind her leg, chewing the zipper pull on her coat. "I need to return this," the woman said, placing the box on the counter. The doll inside was tilted sideways against the plastic window. Her arms had been posed above her head, one foot pointed down like she had been frozen mid-spin. The brand was Petit Pas Ballerina, French name, Ohio price tag. The packaging was pink with white stars, the sort of box that looked elegant from far away and flimsy up close. Lisa smiled. "Any issue with it?" The woman glanced down at her daughter. "It came like that." Theo, behind Lisa, made a tiny face and turned away. Lisa didn't react. She picked up the box and rotated it under the counter light. "Like what, exactly?" The face. The woman's voice got sharper. "We bought it Saturday. She didn't even get it out of the box." The little girl's eyes stayed on the floor. Lisa looked at me, then back at the box. "Do you have the receipt?" The woman did. Lisa processed the return as store credit, which the woman accepted with the tired resignation of someone who had already decided this errand would go badly. While Lisa printed the receipt, I looked at the doll through the scratched plastic window. 2 crescent dents marked the cheek. Small, human-looking, not deep enough to break through, but deep enough to leave a pale ridge around each indentation. Like someone had bitten down and stopped before the material tore. "Can I pick another one?" the girl asked softly. Her mother's answer came too fast. "Not today." The door chime pinged behind them as they left. For a few seconds, none of us said anything. The store radio was playing an old Christmas song, even though it was barely mid-November. And somewhere near the puzzle aisle, a child was dragging a wooden duck on a string across the floor. Clack, 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 Theo leaned in. "A dog did that." "It was sealed," I said. He shrugged. "A talented dog." Lisa turned the box over in her hands. Seals intact. I looked closer. The tape tabs along the top edge still lay smooth against the cardboard. The bottom was the same. Not perfect, maybe, but factory-looking. No torn fiber. No cloudy fingerprints under the tape. "Manufacturing damage?" I asked. "Maybe," Lisa said, but she didn't sound convinced. She got a pair of scissors from a cup beside the register and sliced the tape cleanly. The cardboard made a dry tearing sound as she opened the top flap. New plastic smell breathed out, sweet and stale. She slid the inner tray halfway free. That was when I saw the inside of the clear window. There were marks there too. Not big, not dramatic. Just faint cloudy ovals on the plastic, lined up with the doll's face, as if something had pressed wet teeth against the inside of the packaging before biting the cheek. I leaned closer before I could stop myself. The marks were smudged at the edges, not scratches, not cracks. Lisa noticed them at the same time. Her mouth tightened. Theo said, "Okay, that's weird." Priya, who had come over holding a roll of ribbon, frowned. "Is that saliva?" "Nobody say saliva at the counter," Lisa said. A customer looked over from the board book display. Lisa lowered her voice. Mara grabbed gloves from the back. The stockroom was narrow and colder than the sales floor, lined with metal shelving and boxes stacked higher than my shoulders. It smelled like packing tape and dust, warmed by the humming furnace vent overhead. I found the disposable gloves in a drawer under the break table. On the table sat someone's half-eaten granola bar, a stack of invoices, and a baby monitor from a display set that had been returned missing its charger. Its small black screen reflected my face when I passed. I paused there longer than I needed to. I don't know why. Maybe because, from the sales floor, the regular toy store sounds seemed muffled in the stockroom. The door chime flattened into two dull notes, Lisa's voice blending with the music, the dragging duck toy clacking like someone tapping fingernails against wood. Maybe because I had that old feeling again, the one from the conference room in Chicago, where something had gone off script and my body wanted to step backward out of my own life. It was a bitten doll. That was all. I took the gloves. When I came back, Lisa had moved the box to the back counter near the gift wrap station, away from customers. Priya had set the ribbon down. Theo was shining his phone flashlight through the plastic window. "Don't contaminate it like you're on CSI," Lisa said. "I'm documenting. You're making it weirder." "It is weirder." I put on gloves, feeling the powdery tug around my fingers. Lisa handed me the doll tray. Up close, the ballerina had that unsettling, almost real weight some dolls had, where the head was too solid and the limbs too smooth. The bite marks on the cheek were clearer without the glare. 4 upper impressions, 4 lower, small teeth, child-sized maybe. Could the kid have opened it and resealed it? I asked. Lisa rubbed the bridge of her nose. "People do all kinds of things," Priya said. The mother seemed scared of it. "She seemed annoyed," Theo said. "No," Priya said quietly. The girl was scared. The mother was annoyed because she was scared. We all looked toward the front windows. Outside, the late afternoon had turned that flat Ohio gray that made every car in the lot look damp even before it rained. Headlights slid over the glass. The shoe store's neon sign buzzed faintly through the wall. Lisa took the doll from me and sniffed it. Theo recoiled. "Why would you do that?" "Because I'm the manager," she lowered it. "No smell, no food, no dog." "Could be a factory thing," I said again, because I wanted it to be. Lisa nodded slowly. "Could be." She dropped the doll into a clear plastic bag, sealed it, and wrote on the outside with a marker, "DAMAGED return, hold." Then she opened a cabinet under the counter and placed it inside. The door chime pinged. A man stepped in carrying a toy dump truck under one arm and a receipt in his other hand. The day moved on because days do that, even when something odd sits 10 feet away in a cabinet. I rang up a grandmother buying a science kit for twin boys. I helped a father find a stuffed fox that looks apologetic but not sad. Theo knocked over a tower of stacking cups and bowed when a toddler applauded. Priya wrapped a dollhouse so neatly that the customer took a picture before leaving. By 6, the sky outside was black. The front windows reflected the store back at itself. Shelves, hanging mobiles, my own face behind the counter looking paler than I felt. Lisa counted one register while I straightened the doll aisle. That was when I heard it. A small click, not loud, not not even unusual in a store full of battery-operated toys and shifting shelves. Just a plastic tap from somewhere low to the ground. I stopped with one hand on a box of baby dolls. Click. Then a soft scrape. I looked down the aisle. Rows of doll faces looked back through their packaging, glossy eyes catching ceiling light. One box near the bottom shelf was slightly crooked, pushed forward maybe 2 inches. I crouched. The box was another Petty Paw ballerina. Same pink packaging. Same white stars. Same doll posed mid-spin. The tape looked intact. The plastic window had a faint oval smudge on the inside, right where the doll's mouth nearly touched the clear front. No bite marks on the cheek. Not yet. "Mara," Lisa called from the front. "You okay?" I didn't answer right away. I could hear the furnace kick on above me, a low metallic rattle through the vents. Someone in the shoe store next door laughed, the sound passing through the wall as a muffled bark. My knees complained against the hard floor. The doll's painted smile was fixed and polite. I picked up the box. Something shifted inside, not the whole doll, something small and loose in the tray. A tiny pale piece slid from behind the doll's shoulder and came to rest against the clear plastic window. At first, I thought it was a flake of packaging. Then I saw the shape, a tooth, a real one or something close enough to make my stomach tighten. Small, white, rootless, like a child's baby tooth after it had fallen out and been rinsed under a sink. I stood too fast and bumped the shelf behind me. 3 boxed dolls rocked in place, plastic windows knocking softly against cardboard. Tap, tap, tap. Lisa appeared at the end of the aisle. What happened? I held out the box, not trusting my voice yet. She took it, saw the tooth, and said nothing for a full breath. Theo came around the corner with a roll of price stickers. Did something break? Priya followed him, her cardigan sleeves pushed up, silver ribbon stuck to her wrist by static. Lisa turned the box toward them. Theo's expression changed first. The joking left his face in one quick drain. Priya whispered, "Is that from a kid?" Lisa looked toward the front door, then at the security camera dome above the register, then down at the box in her hands. "We're closed in 15, she said. "No," Theo said. "We should close now." Lisa didn't snap at him. That bothered me more than anything. She carried the box to the counter and set it beside the register. The tooth inside rolled gently when the cardboard settled. Priya locked the front door early and turned the sign to closed, though the posted hours said we had 12 minutes left. A woman outside lifted her hand in question. Priya gave an apologetic smile and pointed at the register like something had broken. Inside, the store seemed to shrink. Lisa pulled up the sales system and searched the SKU. "We received 12 of these ballerinas in the last shipment," she said. "Sold 3, returned 1. "That one," Theo said, pointing at the cabinet. Lisa nodded. "That one?" I asked. "Where did the shipment come from?" "Distributor in Indianapolis." "Same one we've used for years." Her fingers moved over the keyboard. "Delivered Friday morning." Priya wrapped her arms around herself. "Could there be a recall?" "For teeth," Theo said. "Don't." He shut his mouth. Lisa printed the inventory list. The receipt paper curled out with a whisper. "We need to check the remaining boxes." Nobody moved. That was the choice, I think. the one that looks small later only because nobody died during it. We could have locked the front door, left the dolls on the shelf, called the distributor in the morning, and let the security cameras watch the store overnight. We could have treated it like damaged merchandise, like a complaint, like someone else's problem, until business hours made it official. Instead, the four of us stood under the warm lights of a toy store that smelled like cinnamon and cardboard, staring at a sealed doll box with a loose tooth inside it. Lisa picked up the stockroom keys. "Mara," she said, "come with me. Theo, pull the dolls from the shelf. Priya, write down every lot number." My first instinct was to say no. It rose in me so fast I almost tasted it, not because I understood what was happening. I didn't. I had no theory that made sense and no reason to think we were in danger. But something about the tooth sitting at the bottom of that sealed box made me feel the old flaw in myself opening like a trapdoor. Step back. Let someone else speak. Let someone else decide. Lisa waited. The furnace rattled again overhead. I looked at the ballerina's smooth pink box, at the tooth resting against the plastic, at my own reflection faintly layered over the doll's painted face. Then I took the keys from Lisa's hand. "Okay," I said, "let's check the rest." And from the doll aisle behind us, one box settled with a soft, deliberate click. The first thing Lisa did was make us stop touching things with our bare hands. It sounds obvious now. At the time, it felt like overreacting in a way that was almost comforting, because overreacting meant there were rules. Gloves, bags, photos, lot numbers. Things adults did when the world got strange, but not strange enough to run from. "Everyone put gloves on," Lisa said, already moving toward the back counter. No exceptions. Theo stared at the ballerina box on the register like it might twitch. I touched the shelf. "You touched everything," Lisa said. "That's why we're starting now." I followed her into the stockroom, keys still warm in my palm from where I'd been gripping them too hard. The back hallway had one fluorescent tube that flickered every few seconds. Not dramatic, just tired. The way old retail fixtures get when nobody has time to put in a maintenance request. The furnace blew dusty heat through the vent above the break table. Cardboard softened the sound of our steps. Mara Ellison, 26, female, was me. Though I didn't feel much like myself right then. I felt like the version of me that had stood in a glass conference room in Chicago, while everybody waited for me to speak, my notes blurring on the screen behind me. A familiar pressure started gathering behind my ribs. Not panic exactly, more like my body preparing to become useless. Lisa Morley, 48, female, was in front of me, practical and brisk, using action as a way to keep fear from having too much room. She grabbed a box of disposable gloves and 2 clear return bags from the drawer. "We need to know if it's one box, one batch, or all of them." "What if it's all of them?" I asked. "Then we stop selling them." "And the 3 that already sold?" She didn't answer right away. That was answer enough. Back on the sales floor, Theo Grant, 22 male, had pulled 3 petty paw ballerina boxes from the shelf and lined them up on the carpet like evidence. He kept flexing his fingers inside his blue gloves, the way people do when they want to seem busy, but don't know where to put their hands. Priya Shah, 35 female, had found a clipboard and was writing down the SKU, lot number, and shelf location in careful teacher handwriting. Each digit spaced like a student might have to read it later. The store lights buzzed softly above us. Outside, the strip mall parking lot was nearly empty except for Lisa's Subaru, Theo's rusty Civic, Priya's blue Corolla, and my mother's old Ford Focus that I was borrowing until I could afford anything else. Rain had started, thin and needling, making the front windows tick and blur the shoe store sign next door. Lisa set her phone on the counter and took photos of the box with the tooth inside it from every angle. "Don't open it," Priya said. Lisa lowered the phone. "I'm not opening it." "I mean it. I said I'm not." Theo leaned closer to the first shelf box. "This one has smudges too." "Mark it," Lisa said. Priya wrote faster. We checked the shelf stock first. 5 ballerinas remained out front. Of those 5, 2 had clear, cloudy ovals on the inside of the plastic window. One had a tiny scuff near the doll's mouth that could have been factory wear, or could have been where a hard little tooth had dragged against rubber. The second had no bite marks on the face, but there was something caught under the doll's plastic wrist tie. A dark thread, maybe hair, maybe fiber from a coat. Theo saw it and whispered, "Nope." Priya looked over his shoulder. "Is that hair? Probably from packaging," Lisa said. "Do dolls get packaged with hair? People package them. People have hair." That should have settled it. It didn't. The time-sensitive problem arrived through the register computer. Lisa had just logged into the sales system to pull the customer records for the 3 sold dolls when the screen froze. The spinning circle appeared over the inventory page, polite and useless. "No," Lisa said. Theo gave a short laugh. "Even the computer hates this." Lisa hit a key. Nothing changed. "Internet?" Priya asked. I looked toward the little router tucked under the counter. Its green light blinked, then went solid amber. Outside, rain tapped harder against the glass. Lisa muttered, "Of course." She grabbed the store phone and dialed. The line gave a flat, empty buzz. "Landline 2?" Theo asked. "VoIP," Lisa said. "Runs through the internet, so no phone. We have cell phones." Priya lifted hers. "1 bar," Theo checked his. "Same." I pulled mine from my pocket. It showed 2 bars, then 1, then a tiny spinning wheel beside a message from my mother asking if I wanted leftover soup. The strip mall always had bad reception in the back because of the brick wall behind the stores. Add rain and the metal shelving, and we might as well have been in a basement. Lisa breathed in through her nose. "Okay, we do it manually." "Do what?" I asked. "Find who bought the 3 dolls. Without the system, the receipt printer keeps the last batch in memory." She looked at me. "Maybe. Sometimes." Maybe was not a word I liked from the only person in the room who knew how anything worked. She went to the register and started pressing buttons. The machine chirped, spat out a short slip, stopped, then spat another. Receipt paper curled onto the counter in pale strips. 2 cash, Lisa said. 1 card. That gives us 1 name, Priya asked. Maybe a last 4, not a name, but we can see the time. Theo pointed at the printer. "Can we check cameras? See who bought them?" Lisa looked up at the black dome above the register. For a moment, she almost seemed relieved. "Yes," she said. "Good, The relief lasted until we opened the office computer in the stockroom. Whistle and Wren's office was a square of space behind a metal shelf, barely large enough for a desk, a chair, a filing cabinet, and the security monitor mounted too high on the wall. The chair squeaked when Lisa sat. Theo stood behind her. Priya hovered near the doorway. I stayed by the shelf, where stacked boxes of puzzles pressed against my shoulder. The camera system came up in grainy black and white. 4 angles: front door, register, doll aisle, stockroom door. The timestamp sat in the corner. Lisa pulled up Saturday. The system lagged. The rain beat steadily on the roof now, a soft drumming that filled every pause. "Come on," Theo said under his breath. Footage skipped forward in little chunks. Customers blurred in and out. Children pointed. Adults bent over price tags. At 1:14 p.m., a woman in a red coat bought a ballerina doll at the register. Cash. No loyalty account. At 3:37 p.m., an older man bought another one. Cash again. He asked Lisa something on the footage, and she turned the box around to show him the back. No sound, just their mouths moving. At 5:09 p.m., the third sold. Priya leaned closer to the monitor. "Wait." Lisa paused the playback. A man stood at the register with the ballerina box tucked under one arm. He wore a dark rain jacket, even though Saturday had been dry, and a baseball cap pulled low. His face was mostly turned away from the camera. Beside him stood a child in a yellow coat. The child did not move, not like shy children move, not rocking, not leaning, not tugging at sleeves, just standing, arms at sides, hood up, looking straight toward the doll aisle camera as if they knew where it was. "Can you zoom?" Theo asked. "This isn't a crime show," Lisa said, but she tried. The image enlarged into blocks. The child's face became a pale oval under the hood. The man paid with a card. Lisa paused when the receipt printed. "There," she said, "card transaction. That should be in the merchant batch." "But the internet's down," I said. "I can call the processor when it comes back." "When it comes back," Theo repeated. Priya touched the edge of the desk. "That child looks too small for that doll." "What does that mean?" Theo asked. "I don't know." Her voice stayed even, but one hand pressed against her cardigan near her ribs. "I just mean it looked like the adult chose it, not the child." Lisa wrote down the time. "We need to call the customers if we can identify them. Until then, we pull all stock, quarantine it, and contact the distributor." "And the police?" I asked. Everyone looked at me. The word hung there. Police made it real, not weird, not gross, real. Lisa turned slightly in the chair. "We don't know that a crime happened. There's a tooth in a sealed toy box, which could be contamination at the factory, or from a child." Theo nodded too quickly. "Yeah, that's a kid's tooth. I've lost teeth." "That's exactly." "Stop talking," Priya said, not harshly, but firmly enough that he did. Lisa rubbed her forehead. "If we call police and say we found what might be a tooth in merchandise, they'll tell us to preserve it and file a report." "Fine, we can do that. But first, we need the rest of the boxes secured." A sound came from the sales floor. 3 soft notes. The front door chime. We all froze. Lisa stood. I locked it. The chime came again. Ping, ping. Not the full sound of the door opening, just the sensor complaining. Theo whispered, customer. At the closed door, Lisa said. She moved first. We followed her out of the office and down the stockroom hall. The sales floor looked too bright after the cramped office, every shelf exposed, every doll face shining behind plastic. The rain had turned the front windows into dark mirrors. I could see our reflections approaching the counter in a nervous line. No one stood outside. Then the chime sounded again. Ping. Lisa looked down. One of the petty paw boxes sat on the floor just inside the entrance mat. Not near the doll aisle, not near the counter, at the front door. A return sticker had been slapped crookedly across the plastic window. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Theo finally said, "That was not there." "No," Priya said. Lisa moved toward it carefully, as if walking slowly made the situation less ridiculous. "Maybe a customer left it before we locked up." "At the inside of the door?" Theo asked. "Maybe it slid." It slid 20 feet. I looked toward the doll aisle. The space where the remaining boxes had been was empty because Theo had pulled them. The front display near the window held plush foxes, wooden trains, a stack of holiday catalogs. No ballerina dolls. Lisa crouched by the entrance mat. She did not touch the box. "Return sticker," she said. I came closer. The sticker was from our store, the kind printed at the register when an item came back. But it was blank. No transaction number. No date. Just the whistle and Wren logo and a smear of black ink where text should have been. The box itself was damp along one edge. "Was the door opened?" Priya asked. Lisa looked up at the lock. "No." Theo pointed with one gloved finger. "Look at the bottom." The lower cardboard seam had been chewed, not bitten once like the ballerina's cheek. Chewed. Small, ragged punctures clustered along the folded edge, damp fibers raised and darkened. The plastic window showed cloudy smears from the inside. The doll's head had shifted in the tray, so one painted eye pressed against the clear front. A sound came from inside the box. A tiny plastic rattle. Priya took one step back and hit the counter with her hip. A roll of wrapping paper tipped over and clattered to the floor. The noise made all of us jump. "Mouse," Theo said, trying for a laugh and missing. Lisa's face changed at that. Not fear, calculation. "Stockroom," she said. "What?" I asked. "If mice got into the shipment, that explains chewing." "Mice don't put return stickers on boxes," Theo said. "People do," Lisa snapped. "And people leave damaged merchandise outside doors to avoid confrontation. We are not inventing monsters because a mouse chewed cardboard." Nobody corrected her about monsters. She wasn't wrong to say it. She was wrong to need to. Then Priya said, "If it's mice, we can't leave contaminated toys in the store overnight." Lisa's jaw tightened. That was the procedural failure. Small business, bad internet, no usable phone, possible contamination, children already with dolls at home, and a store full of merchandise that could be ruined if rodents had gotten into the stockroom. It had the dull, sickening shape of something insurance forms and health inspections could understand. Lisa turned to me. "The rest of the shipment boxes are in the back." My throat felt tight. "How many?" 6 cartons from Friday. Dolls, plush, infant toys, bath toys. "Infant toys," Priya said. "Teethers," Lisa said. Theo closed his eyes. "Oh, that's perfect." The rain struck harder, A sudden burst against the front glass and the lights flickered once. The register gave a small electronic chirp. Somewhere in the store, a battery toy made half a tune, then cut off. Lisa looked toward the ceiling. No, 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 no. The light steadied. For one hopeful second, nothing happened. Then the power went out. Not all at once. The sales floor lights died first, taking the warm holiday glow with them. The register screen blinked black. The radio cut mid-song. The only light left came from the emergency fixtures above the front and back doors, flat and red-edged, making the toy shelves look deeper than they were. The building settled into new sounds. Rain, the furnace ticking as it shut down, Theo breathing through his mouth. Then, from the stockroom, a soft scrape. Lisa said, "Flashlights. We used our phones." 4 small beams cut through the store, trembling more than any of us wanted to admit. "We're leaving," Theo said. "I'm not doing this in the dark." "We can't leave contaminated product unsecured," Lisa said. "Watch me." "Theo," Priya said. "No, seriously. We have a tooth, chewed boxes, a mystery return teleporting to the door." "It did not teleport," Lisa said. "Fine. It politely relocated." I barely heard them. I was looking at the front windows. Outside, beyond the rain-streaked glass, a vehicle idled near the far end of the parking lot with its headlights off. Not parked in front of any store. Not moving. Just sitting where the strip mall lights didn't reach well. A dark van. Maybe delivery. Maybe a parent checking a phone. Maybe nothing. But the engine haze showed faint in the cold rain. "Lisa," I said. She followed my gaze. Theo stopped talking. Priya's phone beam lowered. The van's brake lights glowed once, red through the rain, then went dark again. Lisa whispered something I couldn't hear. "What?" I asked. She looked at me, and for the first time since I'd met her, she seemed unsure whether being the manager meant anything useful. "That looks like the courier van," she said. "The distributor?" Priya asked. "No, local delivery subcontractor. Same kind that brought the Friday shipment." Theo moved toward the door. "Great. We ask them what the hell is happening." Lisa grabbed his sleeve. "No," he pulled away. "They're right there. And we don't know who they are. Exactly why we should call police." "No service," Priya said, holding up her phone. "I'll go outside," Theo said. "Better signal." "In the dark parking lot," Lisa said. He didn't answer. The emergency light over the front door hummed softly. The box on the mat sat between us and the exit, damp cardboard shining under our phone beams. Then my phone buzzed in my hand. I nearly dropped it. A text came through from an unknown local number. No contact name. No punctuation. "You sold one to my daughter. She won't let go of it. I think there's something inside the head. Please answer." A second message appeared before I could breathe. "She says it hurts her mouth." I stared at the screen. Everyone else stared at my face. "What?" Lisa asked. I turned the phone around so they could read it. The store seemed to tilt around that small rectangle of light. "Call them," Priya said. I tapped the number. The call failed. I tried again. Failed. Lisa's voice sharpened. "Text back. Ask address." My fingers hovered over the keyboard. This was the moment where I almost handed the phone to Lisa. I wanted to, my thumb locked, my thoughts scattered into useless fragments. What wording? What if it was fake? What if I said the wrong thing? What if a child was hurt because I couldn't type fast enough? The conference room came back in a flash of projector heat and expectant faces. Priya touched my arm. "Mara, just ask where they are." So I did. "Where are you? Is your daughter bleeding? Don't let her put the doll near her mouth. We are calling for help." The message hung unsent for 5 seconds. Then it went through. One gray check mark. We waited. Rain hammered the roof. From the back, another scrape came. Longer this time, like cardboard dragged across concrete. Theo whispered something S in the stockroom. Lisa turned toward the back hallway. My phone buzzed again. Hawthorne Apartments. Building C, she bit it and screamed. Tooth came loose. Please hurry. Hawthorne Apartments was 8 minutes away in good weather. Less than 2 miles. Past the Kroger, behind the car wash, a cluster of brick buildings with balconies facing a retention pond. Lisa looked at the powerless register, the locked front door, the damp box on the mat, the dark van outside, then the hallway to the stockroom where the rest of the shipment sat in the dark. "We need to get a signal and call 911, Priya said. "Now. And someone has to stay with the stock," Lisa said. Theo laughed once, harsh and scared. No one has to stay in the murder toy store. It's evidence, Lisa said. It's cardboard. It may involve an injured child. That stopped him. For a moment, all of us were just people in red emergency light, trying to decide which responsibility could be dropped without becoming unforgivable. My phone buzzed again. This time, it was a photo. It loaded in strips from the top down. A child's hand gripping a ballerina doll by the torso. Pink tulle bunched in small fingers. The doll's plastic head turned sideways. The cheek had been bitten open. Inside the hollow head, wedged behind the painted mouth, was something pale and wet-looking. Not stuffing, not electronics. A folded piece of paper. The message below it said, "There's writing on it." Then another sound came from the stockroom. A heavy thump. The emergency light at the back door blinked once and steadied. Lisa took the keys from the counter. "Mara," she said, voice low. "You and I check the stockroom. Priya, keep trying 911 by the front window. Theo, watch the van and don't open that door for anyone." Theo's face twisted. "That's a terrible plan. It's the only plan we have." I wanted to refuse. Every reasonable part of me said to refuse. Leave. Get outside. Get help. Don't walk into the dark stockroom where boxes had started moving by themselves, or by mice, or by a person hiding among cartons. Don't be brave just because you were ashamed of being afraid before. But a child at Hawthorne Apartments had a bleeding mouth, and 3 more dolls might already be in homes, and the shipment records were in the back office, with the paper invoices Lisa hadn't entered yet because the internet had gone down. If we left without those invoices, we might not know where the rest had gone. Lisa handed me a flashlight from under the counter. A real one, heavy metal, cold through my glove. "Stay behind me," she said. That old trapdoor opened under my feet again. This time, I stepped over it. We moved toward the stockroom. Behind us, Priya pressed her phone to the front window and whispered into a failing emergency call. Theo stood beside the locked door, staring at the dark van through rain. The stockroom hallway waited ahead, lit only by our shaking beams. Just before Lisa unlocked the back door, the knob turned from the other side. Slow, careful. Someone was already in there. The knob turned halfway and stopped. Lisa froze with her hand lifted, keys hooked around one gloved finger. My flashlight beam sat on the brass knob, trembling enough that the light made it look alive. Behind us, the sales floor was red and dim under the emergency fixtures. Ahead of us was the stockroom door, shut tight, with someone or something holding the other side. Nobody breathed in a useful way. Then the knob jerked once. Theo shouted from the front, "Nope." Lisa stepped back so fast her shoulder hit my chest. I almost dropped the flashlight. The beam swung down to the floor, caught a line of muddy water under the door, and stopped there. Not blood, not anything cinematic. Water. A thin brown ribbon of it was creeping from the stockroom into the hall, carrying a scrap of packing tape and what looked like a soggy fleck of cardboard. The knob turned again. Lisa lifted the keys like a weapon, which would have been funny on another night. "Who's in there?" she called. No answer. Only rain on the roof. Priya murmuring near the front window into a phone that might or might not have connected. Theo whispering curses at the locked door. The knob twitched again, then snapped back. A clunk sounded from the other side, low and mechanical. Lisa let out a breath. Back door. What? The exterior door. Wind pressure or someone pulling from outside. That door opens into the stockroom. Yes. I pictured the layout the way Lisa had shown me that morning. Front door from the parking lot into the sales floor. Register on the left. Doll aisle along the right wall. Stockroom behind the sales floor, with a back door leading into the narrow service alley shared by the strip mall. Dumpsters behind the card shop. Loading space behind us. If the back door was being pushed or pulled from outside, the inner stockroom door could rattle through the pressure change. Could. Lisa unlocked the stockroom door. The smell hit first. Wet cardboard and cold air. Then something sour underneath it, like milk gone bad in a lunchbox. We opened the door 6 inches. A cardboard carton slid against it from the other side. Lisa shoved carefully. The carton scraped over concrete and tipped, spilling pink boxes across the floor. Petty paw ballerinas, some dry, some damp. One crushed at the corner. The stockroom was darker than the sales floor, except for the red exit sign above the back door and our 2 beams of light. Rainwater ran under the exterior door in a broken line, spreading across the concrete toward the shelving. The back door was not fully closed. It stood open maybe 2 inches. The wind moved it in small pulses. Pull, release, pull, release. That was the misdirection, though none of us knew it yet. The careful turning knob, the presence on the other side, the thing waiting in the dark, a storm gust and a bad latch. Lisa's posture changed by a fraction. Relief did not soften her face, it made her angry. "Back door didn't catch," she said. "Damn it," Theo called. "What is it?" "Door's loose." Loose like normal loose or horror movie loose. "Normal," Lisa snapped. "Stay where you are." She slipped into the stockroom, stepping over the scattered doll boxes. I followed because I had said I would, and because if I stopped now, I knew I might not start again. The stockroom ran long and narrow behind the store. Left wall, metal shelving with puzzles, craft kits, and infant toys stacked in labeled cartons. Right wall, employee lockers, break table, office nook, then the exterior door to the alley. Straight ahead, a a short aisle leading to the bathroom and utility closet. Rainwater had pooled near the back door and was crawling under two bottom shelves. Lisa went straight for the door and shoved it closed. It resisted. Something outside blocked it. She pressed her shoulder to it. Mara. I set the flashlight on a shelf so the beam aimed low and helped push. The metal door groaned against whatever was outside. For 1 second, pressure came back from the other side. Human pressure. I felt it through the door in my palms. Then something scraped away, and the door slammed shut hard enough to rattle the shelf behind us. Lisa threw the deadbolt. The click was loud and small. "What was that?" I whispered. "Dumpster lid," she said too fast. There were no dumpsters directly behind our door. I knew that from taking out trash after lunch. I didn't say it. Attempt 1 was simple. Get the invoices, get out, call 911 from the parking lot. Lisa moved to the office nook while I gathered the fallen doll boxes with the flashlight tucked under my arm. Every box I touched felt damp at the edges. I lined them on the break table, plastic windows up. 7 ballerinas, the remaining shipment. A few had normal sealed faces. 2 had cloudy marks. 1 had a small puncture in the cheek, not a full bite, just 1 dimple, as if a single tooth had tested the surface. Behind me, Lisa yanked open the filing cabinet. "Friday delivery," she muttered. "Friday delivery," paper rasped. Folders slapped the desk. I looked at the office monitor. The security screen was dead with the power out. 4 black rectangles stared back. "Got it," Lisa said. She pulled a clipboard from the cabinet with a delivery manifest clipped to it. Rain hammered the roof hard enough that I had to lean close when she spoke. 6 cartons, she said. 3 toy categories. Ballerinas are carton 3. Infant teethers are carton 5. Plush animals carton 6. Where's carton 5? She turned her flashlight toward the bottom shelf along the left wall. Carton 5 was gone. At first, I thought I was reading the labels wrong. Carton 4 sat there, marked wooden PUZZLES. Carton 6 sat above it, marked plush forest. A rectangular dry patch showed where a box had been on the floor-level shelf. Lisa lowered the manifest. "Mara, maybe you moved it." I did not move a carton of infant teethers during closing. We searched the stockroom. Not calmly, not efficiently. We checked behind the break table, under the desk, near the bathroom, inside the office nook, as if a shipping carton could fold itself into a drawer. My knees started to ache from crouching. My gloves caught on jagged cardboard edges. Once, I reached behind the shelf and brushed something soft. I jerked back so hard I banged my elbow against metal. It was only a fallen plush raccoon, wet on one ear. By the time we returned to the break table, Lisa's breathing had gone rough. "Carton 5 is gone," I said. She stared at the empty shelf space. It can't be, but it was. The first attempt had given us the invoices and stolen the floor from under us. The issue wasn't just dolls anymore. If a carton of infant teethers was missing, then the contaminated shipment, or the person involved with it, had moved beyond the items we could see. My phone buzzed. I fumbled it out with one wet glove. Another text from the unknown number. "Please, she's bleeding." I can't get her to spit it out. Then the paper says whistle door. What does that mean? I read it twice before the words lined up. Whistle door. Whistle and Wren's back entrance had a painted sign on it for delivery drivers. Whistle deliveries, rear door. The word door, maybe. Or someone had written it wrong. Or a frightened parent had misread it. Lisa read over my shoulder. They're coming here. Who? The parent. Or whoever is texting. The moment she said it, something knocked against the back door. One hit. Flat palm or fist. Then another. Theo yelled from the front. Van S moving. Lisa grabbed the manifest. Out now. We ran from the stockroom to the sales floor, slipping once where rainwater had followed our shoes. Priya stood by the front window with her phone raised. Her face looked gray in the red emergency light. 911 connected for 6 seconds, she said. I got toy store on Far Hills out before it dropped. Good, Lisa said. Not good. They called back and it failed. Theo pointed through the glass. The van went around back. The dark van was gone from the far end of the parking lot. The service alley. I pictured it behind us, narrow, poorly lit, running along the backs of the stores, with dumpsters, delivery doors, and one exit toward the side street. If the van was there, it could block the alley. It could be a courier checking a delivery. It could be a coincidence. The back door shook once. Not whined this time. A solid pull on the handle. Priya whispered, "We need to leave through the front." Attempt 2 was to get out. It should have worked. The front door was locked from the inside with a thumb turn. The parking lot was open. My car was 10 spaces away. Priya might get a better signal outside. We could all get out, call 911, and wait under the shoe store awning if we had to. Theo moved fastest. He stepped over the damp doll box on the mat, grabbed the thumb turn, and twisted. Nothing. He twisted again. What the hell? Lisa pushed in beside him. Move. The deadbolt had turned, but the door didn't budge. Lisa pulled. The door flexed in its frame with a thick, rubbery resistance. Something S through the handles, Theo said. From the inside, we could see the horizontal pull bars. Outside, the rain blurred everything. But when Priya shone her phone light through the glass, a black shape crossed between the 2 exterior handles. A bike lock. No, a cable lock. Thick, black, looped through both door handles from outside and cinched tight. Theo said, "They locked us in." That sentence changed the room. Before that, we had a contaminated shipment, a hurt child, a weird van, maybe a rodent problem, maybe a bad distributor. After that, we had a person close enough to stand in the rain and loop a cable through our door handles while we were inside. Priya started banging on the glass. "Help, hey, we're locked in." The strip mall looked empty through the rain. The shoe store was closed. The card shop's lights were off. Across the parking lot, traffic slid along Far Hills Avenue, headlights smearing white and red, close enough to see, but too far to hear us clearly through glass and weather. Theo kicked the lower door once. Lisa grabbed him. "Stop. You'll break your foot before you break that." "What do you want me to do?" "Think. I am thinking. I'm thinking we are trapped in a toy store by someone who steals teething rings and puts teeth in dolls." Priya's voice cracked. "Theo." He pressed both hands to the top of his head. "Sorry, I'm sorry." The physical toll started showing then. Not like movies. Smaller, meaner. Priya's hands shook so badly she kept mistyping 911. "Theo, had a red mark on his shin from kicking the door. Lisa's reading glasses had slipped halfway down her nose, and she didn't seem to notice. My elbow throbbed where I had hit the shelf, and my mouth was dry enough that swallowing hurt. Lisa looked toward the front display. "Window," she said. "The glass?" I asked. "Tempered, but the lower front pane might crack if we hit the corner." "With what?" Theo asked. I lifted the heavy metal flashlight. Lisa nodded. We cleared the plush display away from the window nearest the register. Priya dragged a basket of stuffed foxes aside. Theo moved wooden train sets. I stood in front of the glass with the flashlight in both hands, suddenly back in that conference room again, everyone waiting. "Hit the lower corner," Lisa said. Hard, outside, rain slid down the glass in shining ropes. My reflection looked layered over the empty parking lot. Pale face, wide eyes, a woman holding a flashlight like she knew what she was doing. I swung. The flashlight bounced off with a dull thunk that traveled up my wrists. Again. Thunk. Nothing. Theo took it from me. "Let me," he hit harder. Once. Twice. On the third swing, the flashlight glanced sideways and smashed into the wooden display ledge. A splinter jumped. Theo cursed and dropped it, clutching his hand. Priya grabbed his wrist. "Let me see. I'm fine. You're bleeding." He wasn't bleeding much, but one knuckle had split, bright red against the blue glove. Priya wrapped it in a clean gift wrap cloth before he could argue. The window held. Attempt 2 had failed too, but it gave us something. As Theo leaned against the counter, teeth clenched, he looked down at the damp ballerina box by the mat. "Return sticker," he said. "What?" He pointed with his wrapped hand. "That sticker, it's ours." Lisa nodded impatiently. "We know." "No, I mean it's ours from the printer. The blank ones are in the drawer. If someone put it on that box, they were inside." That landed slowly. The return stickers were kept in the register drawer. The box at the front door had one stuck to it. If the sticker had come from our store, someone either had access before closing or during the power outage, or long before any of us noticed. Lisa opened the drawer. The roll of return stickers was missing. Priya whispered. Someone was behind the counter. The back door banged again, harder. Then came a voice, muffled by the stockroom and hallway, but human. "Lisa." All of us turned. The voice came again. "Lisa, open the door." Lisa went very still. Theo said, "You know them." "I can't tell." The voice shouted something else, swallowed by rain and walls. We moved as a group toward the back hall, but stopped short of the stockroom door. None of us wanted to cross that threshold. The emergency light over the back exit painted the hallway red. Water glistened along the floor where we had tracked it. "Who is it?" Lisa called, a pause. "Derek, delivery." Lisa closed her eyes for a second. Derek Voss. Derek Voss, 39 male, was the local subcontracted delivery driver who had brought shipments to Whistle and Wren for the past year. Though I only knew his name because Lisa said it like another problem had just joined the stack. He was from Dayton, Lisa explained in a low voice, and drove a plain dark van for several small distributors. Divorced, 2 kids, always rushed, always complaining about schedules. Not a friend, but familiar enough that his voice at the back door should have been reassuring. It was not. "What's he doing here?" Priya asked. Lisa called through the hallway. "Why are you here, Derek?" His reply came strained. "You called about damaged stock." "I did not." A pause, then dispatch said emergency pickup. Lisa looked at us. Nobody spoke. Derek shouted, "Doors jammed. Open it. I'm getting soaked." Theo leaned close to Lisa. "Do not open that door. If he's real, he can call police," Priya said. "If he's involved, opening it is bad," Theo said. Lisa's face tightened. "Derek, call 911. Tell them employees are locked inside the store." A thud hit the back door. "Phone's dead," he shouted. "Van got hit. I need inside." "Hit by what?" Lisa called. "Just open the damn door." That was when we heard glass break. Not front glass, not the store window. Smaller, sharper, from the alley. A vehicle window. Derek cursed outside, loud and clear enough that we all flinched. Then footsteps splashed away from the back door. The van engine revved. Tires spun on wet pavement. A crash followed, metal against metal, somewhere behind the building. Priya covered her mouth. Theo whispered, "He left." "No," Lisa said. "That sounded like he hit the dumpster." The power came back then. Every light in the store snapped on with a violent hum. The register rebooted. The radio blared half a Christmas chorus before Priya slapped it off. The sudden brightness made the whole place look staged. Dolls lined on the counter, wet footprints, scattered plush animals, a bloody cloth around Theo's hand. The internet router blinked amber, then green. Lisa lunged for the phone. At the same time, the security monitor in the office woke. The system loaded the 4 camera feeds. Front door, register, doll aisle, stockroom door. Priya saw it first. Lisa. On the register camera, recorded minutes earlier during the blackout, a figure moved behind the counter. Not one of us. The image was grainy and jerky in night mode, but clear enough. A person in a dark rain jacket and baseball cap crouched under the register, opened the drawer, and removed the roll of return stickers. Their face stayed down. Their gloved hands moved with practiced speed. Beside them, just at the bottom edge of the frame, stood a small child in a yellow coat. Motionless. Then the footage glitched. When it returned, both were gone. Lisa's hand hovered over the phone. Theo said they were inside with us. The store phone rang before Lisa could dial. The sound ripped through the room, bright and ordinary and awful. Lisa grabbed it. "Whistle and Wren toys, we need police," she stopped. Her eyes moved to me, then to the doll boxes. She put the call on speaker. A man's voice came through, calm but breathless, with rain noise behind it. "Don't let them leave through the back." Lisa gripped the receiver. "Who is this?" "You have my daughter's tooth." Priya made a small sound. The man kept talking. "They told me if I brought the doll back, they'd give it back. They said the store knew. I didn't know they were using other kids too." Lisa said, "Where are you?" "Hawthorne. Building C. No, wait," he sucked in air. "No, I followed the van. I'm behind the store. Driver's hurt. There's someone else out here." A bang sounded through the phone, then through the actual building. The back door. The man shouted, far away and close at once. "Do not open," the line cut. For 1 second, none of us moved. Then the fire alarm went off. A white strobe flashed near the front door. The siren punched the air so hard I felt it in my teeth. The emergency system had tripped, maybe from the power surge, maybe from the back door impact, Maybe because someone had pulled the handle in the alley. It didn't matter. Sprinklers hissed overhead. Cold water burst from the ceiling in hard silver lines. Within seconds, the sales floor was rain inside and rain outside. Boxes sagged. Receipt paper melted into paste on the counter. The doll packages on the floor darkened at the seams. The computer screens flickered under spray. "Move," Lisa shouted, but her voice was almost swallowed by the alarm. The front door was still cable locked from outside. The back door had someone pounding on it. The sprinkler water was destroying the evidence and turning the floor slick. Any police arriving would see flashing strobes, locked doors, water sheeting down the windows, and 4 employees trapped inside a toy store full of damaged children's products. Then, the stockroom smoke detector began to shriek separately, higher pitched, wrong. I looked down the hallway. Water rolled under the stockroom door, carrying bits of cardboard with it. Among them was a strip of pink tulle from a ballerina skirt, and a folded paper soaked flat against the tile. Lisa saw it too. She grabbed the flashlight from the floor and shoved the stockroom keys into my hand. "We can't wait," she shouted. The front door rattled under someone's hands outside. The back door shook again. The fire alarm screamed. The point of no return was not brave. It was practical and terrible. If we stayed on the sales floor, the sprinklers would destroy the invoices, the boxes, the footage, everything that explained which children might be in danger. If we opened the front door, we couldn't. If we opened the back door, someone might be waiting. So we went where the answers were washing away. Lisa pulled open the stockroom door. Cold water swept over our shoes, and from inside the dark rear aisle, behind the shelves where carton 5 had been, a child began coughing. The child coughed again. It came from low behind the rear shelving, wet and raw, the kind of cough that sounded like it scraped its way up. Lisa stopped with one foot inside the stockroom. Water from the sprinklers ran down her face and dripped from her chin. For one stupid second, none of us moved, because a child coughing in the dark was so much worse than a scream. A scream would have told us where fear was. This sounded like someone trying not to be found. "Hello," Priya called, her teacher voice pushing through the alarm. "Sweetheart, my name is Priya. We're here to help." The stockroom answered with another cough. Then a small voice said, "Don't open the door." The 4 of us looked at one another. The back door rattled in its frame. Lisa stepped in first. The stockroom was almost unrecognizable under the sprinkler water. Boxes had slumped into each other. Labels bled black down cardboard sides. Pink ballerina packaging floated in shallow puddles. The red exit sign painted everything the color of a bad bruise. My shoes slipped on wet concrete, and I caught myself against a metal shelf hard enough to send pain up my bruised elbow. Theo came behind me, wrapped hand held against his chest. Priya followed, keeping one arm out like she could shield all of us from whatever came next. The cough came from the left side, behind the bottom shelves, where carton 5 had gone missing. "Mara," Lisa said. "Light." I lifted the heavy flashlight. The beam shook across craft kits, torn packing paper, the empty space where the teether carton had been, and then stopped on a yellow raincoat. The child was crouched behind the shelving, squeezed into the narrow gap between the metal rack and the wall. Small, maybe 7, hood up, jeans soaked to the knees, one sneaker missing. A girl. She held a baby doll's head in both hands. The rest of the doll was gone. Priya moved toward her. "Hi, honey. Are you hurt?" The girl jerked back so hard her shoulders struck the wall. Her eyes were huge under the hood. "Don't come close." Priya stopped immediately. "Okay, I won't." Lisa crouched slowly. "What's your name?" The girl looked at the back door. Another hard pull hit it from outside. Theo whispered, "Someone's trying to get in." The girl clamped both hands over the doll head. "He said if I came back without them, he'd take another one." "Another what?" I asked. Her eyes flicked to mine. "Tooth." The word landed in my mouth like something I had bitten by mistake. Priya swallowed. "Who said that?" The girl didn't answer. She only looked at the back door again. Lisa kept her voice low. "Was it the man in the rain jacket?" The girl nodded once. A fist hit the back door. "Open it," a man shouted from outside. Not Derek. This voice was thinner, younger maybe, stretched with anger. "Open the door, Abby." The girl folded in on herself. Abby, 7 or 8, female, was the child in the yellow coat from the security footage. She was American, small for her age, soaked through, and so frightened she had turned almost rigid, like movement itself might get her punished. She was not ghostly, not strange, just a child shoved into an adult's crime and told the wrong person would hurt her if she failed. Lisa turned her head toward us. "Theo, front." Theo understood before I did. He bolted back toward the sales floor, nearly falling where water crossed the threshold. The man outside slammed the door again. The deadbolt held, for now. "What did he make you bring back?" Priya asked Abby. Abby's lips trembled. "The papers." "What papers?" "The ones in the heads." The doll head in her hands had been cut open along the seam. Not chewed, cut. The plastic skull had split behind the painted hairline, and a folded strip of paper poked from inside. Abby had been trying to pull it out, but her wet fingers kept sliding. Lisa looked at me. Gloves. We still had them on, though mine had torn at the knuckle. I crouched, keeping my movements slow. "Abby, can you set the doll head down and slide it to me?" She shook her head. He said, "No police." "We're not police," I said. That was true and not comforting. He said the police would take my mom away. Priya's face changed in a way I hated seeing. It was recognition, not of Abby, but of the kind of sentence adults used when they wanted children to carry fear for them. "Abby," Priya said gently, "is your mom at Hawthorne Apartments?" Abby nodded. "Is she hurt?" "I don't know." She kept crying. The back door shook again, and this time the top hinge squealed. Lisa stood. "We need to block that door." The stockroom had no elegant options. No heroic barricades, just wet cartons, metal shelving, a break table, and whatever strength we had left. We moved fast, clipped, sloppy, desperate. Lisa and I shoved the break table toward the back door. Its legs screamed against the concrete. Priya pulled Abby from behind the shelf, careful not to touch the doll head until Abby let go. Abby came out barefoot on one side, shivering so hard her teeth clicked. Priya wrapped her cardigan around the girl's shoulders and guided her behind the office nook. "Stay low," Priya told her. "Stay with me." Theo came back from the sales floor, breathless. Fronts still locked. Police lights are on far hills, maybe 2 blocks down. I saw red blue through the rain. Good, Lisa said. The word barely left her mouth before the man outside hit the back door with something heavier than a fist. The whole door jumped. A metal corner dented inward. Derek Voss screamed from outside. "Stop, there's a kid in there." Then a wet thud, and Derek's voice cut off. Theo went pale. "Jesus." The man outside shouted, "Abby, last chance." Abby made a small choking sound. That sound did more to me than the pounding. It snapped something into place. Fear was still there. My hands were shaking. My elbow hurt. My brain kept offering me exit routes that did not exist. But Abby was tucked beside the office desk in a borrowed cardigan, and someone outside had taught her to be afraid of the word help. I picked up the heavy flashlight. Lisa noticed. "Mara, if he gets through, we need more than a table. We need time. Then we make time." The back door had a narrow, wired glass window at head height. Through it, distorted by rain and the exit sign glow, I saw a figure in a dark cap lift something over his shoulder. Crowbar, he swung. The window cracked, but did not shatter. A spiderweb of white lines spread through the glass. Priya covered Abby's ears. Theo grabbed a metal shelf upright and pulled. "Help me." We shoved the lower stock shelf sideways, sending soaked boxes of plush animals sliding to the floor. The shelf was too heavy, but water helped. Its feet skidded over concrete until it angled between the back door and the opposite wall. Not enough to stop a determined adult. Enough to make the door open badly. Another blow hit the window. A piece of wired glass dropped inward and shattered on the floor. A gloved hand reached through. Lisa swung the delivery manifest clipboard at it, which was absurd and brave and useless. The man's fingers caught her sleeve. She yanked back. Fabric tore. Theo lunged and slammed a wet carton against the hand. The man cursed and pulled away. Through the broken window, he saw Abby. His face appeared for 1 second in the jagged opening. The man in the dark rain jacket was maybe 35, male, white, with a trimmed beard, and eyes too wide from adrenaline or drugs, or both. His baseball cap was soaked flat to his forehead. Not a monster. That was the worst part. He looked like someone you'd stand behind at a gas station and forget immediately. Abby whispered, "Mr. Caleb." Caleb Rusk, mid-30s, male, was the man from the footage, though he only had his first name then. He spoke softly to Abby now, almost kindly, while rain ran down his face. "You weren't supposed to hide." Priya stepped in front of her. "She's done helping you." Caleb's eyes moved to Priya. "You have no idea what you're in." Lisa grabbed the store phone from the office desk and yanked the cord as far as it would reach. It had power again. She dialed 911 with one hand, watching the door. Caleb saw the movement. "No," he said. He drove the crowbar through the broken window and hooked it around the inside push bar. Lisa shouted, "Hold the shelf." Thea and I threw ourselves against the angled shelf. The door bucked. The shelf foot slipped. My shoulder hit metal. Pain flashed white behind my eyes. 911, "What's your emergency?" came faintly from the receiver. Lisa shouted over the alarm, "Whistle and Wren Toys, Far Hills Avenue, man breaking in through rear door, child inside, possible injured driver outside. Caleb pulled harder. The push bar depressed halfway. The deadbolt held, but the door flexed. Theo's injured hand slipped. He screamed through his teeth and shoved again with his forearm. Priya looked at the open doll head on the floor, then at Abby. "Mara, the paper." I didn't understand. "The paper," she shouted. "Evidence. Get it out." If Caleb was risking breaking into a locked store during a fire alarm, the paper mattered. More than the dolls. More than the teeth. Maybe more than Abby. I dropped to my knees and grabbed the doll head. Its plastic edges were sharp where it had been cut. I pinched the folded paper and pulled. It stuck. Behind me, the shelf scraped another inch. "Mara," Lisa shouted. I pulled harder. The paper tore halfway. Inside the doll head was not just paper. There was a tiny clear bag, heat-sealed, wedged behind the mouth cavity. The folded note wrapped around it. Something white and hard rattled inside. A tooth. No, teeth. Baby teeth. Several of them. Stomach heaved, but there was no time for it. I ripped the note free and shoved the little bag into my pocket. The note unfolded wetly in my hand. Names, not a message, a list. First names, ages, apartment numbers, and dates. Abby R. 7, C214. Lena V. 6, C108. Mason P. 5, B32. Beside some names were check marks. Beside others were toy names. Ballerina, teether, plush fox. I stared until the letters blurred. This was not contamination. This was tracking. Caleb wasn't hiding teeth in dolls randomly. He was using returned toys, children's fear, and parents too embarrassed or confused to report something fast. The dolls were carriers, messages, threats, a way to tell families he knew where their children lived. The store had become the drop point. Another blow hit the door. The shelf jumped. The back door opened 3 inches. Cold rain sprayed through the gap. Caleb shoved his boot into it. Theo kicked the boot. Caleb howled and pushed back. The door opened wider. Lisa grabbed the flashlight from the floor and swung at the crowbar through the window. Metal hit metal. Sparks snapped tiny and bright. The crowbar fell inside, clanging on the concrete. For 1 second, Caleb had no leverage. I picked it up. It was heavier than I expected. My hands knew what to do before my mind caught up. I jammed the curved end through the shelf frame and into the door handle bracket, pinning the shelf tighter against the door like an ugly brace. Caleb slammed into the door. It moved an inch. Stopped. He slammed again. Stopped. Theo laughed once, wild and exhausted. Hardware section saves the day. We don't have a hardware section, Lisa snapped, breathless. The alarm still shrieked. Sprinkler water poured. The 911 operator was saying something through the dangling receiver. Priya had Abby pressed behind the office desk with both arms around her. Then Caleb changed tactics. The pounding stopped. We heard his footsteps splash away. Theo sagged. "Is he leaving?" Lisa grabbed the phone. "He's moving, rear alley. We're still trapped. Front door cable locked." From the sales floor came a crack. Glass. Not breaking inward, breaking under pressure. The front. Caleb had gone around. "He's at the front door," I said. We ran. Not gracefully. Theo slipped and went down on one knee, cursing. Priya pulled Abby up and carried her more than guided her. Lisa kept the phone receiver in her hand until the cord snapped out of the wall with a plastic pop. She didn't even notice until she reached the sales floor and found herself holding a dead handset. The front windows flashed white under the strobes. Outside, Caleb stood at the doors with bolt cutters. Not alone. A second adult shape moved near the cable lock. For one awful beat, I thought there were two attackers. Then the second figure turned, and I saw Derek Voss, bleeding from his forehead, half standing, half hanging onto the door handles from outside. He was fighting Caleb with one hand while holding his ribs with the other. His delivery jacket was torn. Rain flattened his hair to his skull. That was the earlier crash explained in one image. Derek had not left. He had hit something, been hurt, and still tried to stop Caleb from entering the front. Caleb shoved him hard. Derek fell against the glass. Theo shouted, "Derek!" Caleb raised the bolt cutters. I saw where he was aiming, not at the cable, at Derek. Lisa grabbed the damp ballerina box from the floor and hurled it at the glass. It bounced off, but the movement made Caleb look up. Priya shoved Abby behind the register. "Stay down." Police lights washed blue-red across the rain outside. Close now. Caleb saw them too. His face changed. Not fear exactly. Decision. He dropped the bolt cutters and ran to the left, toward the side alley between the toy store and the card shop. "Back," Lisa shouted. "He's going to the rear again." But he was. A crash sounded above us. Ceiling tile. I looked up just as gray insulation dust sifted down from the rear corner of the sales floor near the bathroom hall. The adjacent stores shared crawlspace access above the drop ceiling. Caleb had used the strip mall itself. That was how he'd gotten in during the blackout. Not magic. Not teleporting boxes. A utility access panel above the closed card shop, across the ceiling void, down through the stockroom restroom area. He had been inside before we ever understood the shape of the building. A wet ceiling tile sagged and dropped. Caleb's legs kicked through the opening. Thea grabbed a wooden train track piece from a display. "Are you kidding me?" Caleb fell hard onto the floor near the hallway, landing on one shoulder. The impact knocked the breath out of him, but did not stop him. He scrambled up, soaked, dusty, and furious, with a folding knife in his right hand. Everything narrowed. Sprinkler water, strobe, knife. Abby crying without sound behind the counter. Lisa stepped between Caleb and the register. "No," she said. Caleb pointed the knife at her. "Move, she's a child. She's proof," Priya whispered, "Mara." I was beside the doll aisle. My flashlight was gone. My hands were empty, except for the wet note with the names on it, clenched so tightly the paper had started to pulp. Caleb lunged toward Lisa. Lisa grabbed a shelf end cap and shoved it into his path. Dolls crashed down around them. Caleb slipped on a plastic box and went to one knee. Lisa tried to back away, but he caught her ankle. She fell hard, shoulder first, and struck the floor with a sound I felt more than heard. Theo moved. He tackled Caleb from the side. Both of them slid into the doll aisle. Theo's injured hand hit the floor and he screamed. Caleb slashed blindly. The knife caught Theo's forearm, opening a red line through his sleeve. Priya pulled Abby farther back. I saw the bolt cutters outside. Derek was on his knees by the front door, fumbling with the cable lock. Police lights were at the entrance to the parking lot, but not here yet. Still seconds away. Maybe a minute. Time stretched into something mean. Caleb got up before Theo did. He turned toward the register, toward Abby. I picked up the nearest thing I could lift, a wooden dollhouse from the display table. Heavy, pink roof, white trim. A stupid, expensive little house meant for careful hands. I swung it at his knees. It connected with a crack. Caleb went down sideways, grabbing the shelf. The knife skittered across the wet floor toward the plush bins. I kicked it under the counter as hard as I could. He grabbed my leg. His grip was crushing. I fell backward, hitting my head against the lower shelf. Light popped in my vision. My ear filled with the sound of water and alarm and my own breath. Caleb crawled toward me, one hand still locked around my ankle. "Where's the list?" he hissed. I understood then. Not Abby, not the doll, the list in my hand, the names, the proof, the map of what he had done and planned to do. I shoved the paper into my mouth. Not all the way, just enough. Caleb saw and lunged. I bit down. The paper tasted like ink, sprinkler water, and cardboard rot. I gagged, but I kept my teeth shut. He hit me across the face. The pain was immediate and bright. My cheek slammed against the floor. For a second, the whole world became tile and water. Then Priya was there. Not gentle, not teacher soft. She drove the metal gift wrap paper cutter into Caleb's wrist with both hands. Not the blade. There wasn't time to open it, but the heavy serrated edge of the dispenser. Caleb yelped and released me. Lisa, still on the floor, kicked his injured knee. Theo, bleeding through his sleeve, threw himself across Caleb's back and held on. Abby screamed then, a real scream. It cut through the alarm. Outside, the front cable snapped. Derek had done it. The front doors flew inward, and 2 police officers rushed through with rain behind them, weapons drawn, shouting commands that overlapped into one hard wall of sound. "Hands, show me your hands. Get away from him. Knife, no knife." Lisa shouted. Under the counter, Caleb kept fighting for 3 more seconds. Only 3. But 3 seconds is a long time when you are on the floor with someone who has decided prison is worse than hurting people. An officer struck him with a baton behind the shoulder. Theo rolled away. The second officer pinned Caleb's arm, knee in his back, cuffs out. Caleb cursed and twisted. The first officer shoved his face down into the wet tile. Then it was over in the most unsatisfying way possible. No speech, no confession, no final reveal, just a man gasping into sprinkler water while handcuffs clicked shut. The alarm kept screaming. Priya held Abby behind the counter, both of them soaked and shaking. Theo sat with his back against the doll shelf, staring at the cut in his arm as if it belonged to someone else. Lisa tried to stand and couldn't. Her shoulder hung wrong, and when she looked at it, her face went gray. I spat the paper into my palm. Half the list remained readable. Half had turned to pulp. My cheek was swelling already. My mouth tasted of blood and ink. One officer dragged Caleb upright. His cap had fallen off. Without it, he looked smaller, meaner, less like a shadow, and more like a failed adult who had found a way to make children afraid enough to obey. He looked at Abby. Priya turned Abby's face into her shoulder before he could say anything. The second officer knelt in front of me. "Can you hear me?" I nodded. "Are you hurt?" I started to say no, because that was what people said when they didn't want to become a problem. Then my jaw pulsed so sharply my eyes watered. "Yes," I said. The word felt harder than fighting. The sprinklers finally cut off a few minutes later, or maybe seconds. Time had lost its edges. More officers came, paramedics. Someone wrapped a foil blanket around Abby. Someone else pressed gauze to Theo's arm. Derek was brought in on a stretcher from the rain, conscious but dazed, muttering that Caleb had lied about a pickup, that dispatch never sent him, that he had seen the missing teether carton in the van and knew something was wrong. Lisa refused pain medication until an officer photographed the doll heads, the teeth, the notes, the manifest, the cable lock, and the crawlspace tile. "Photograph it before you move it," she kept saying through clenched teeth. The officer listened. I sat on the floor near the register, with the ruined list open on my knee. The names that remained stared back in bleeding ink. Abby Arlena v. Mason P. Children, reduced to first names, ages, apartment numbers, and toys. That was the part that stayed with me more than the knife. Caleb had not needed anything impossible to scare us. He had needed bad cell service, a storm, a trusting store, a delivery route, and children taught to believe adults who used quiet voices. By the time they led him past me, cuffed and dripping, his face was blank. He did not look at the dolls. He did not look at Lisa. He looked at my mouth, where ink still stained my teeth. "You don't know where the rest are," he said. One officer shoved him forward. "Keep walking." The line might have been a bluff. Maybe it was. Maybe the readable names were enough. Maybe the missing carton in the van would explain the rest. Maybe police would find every child, every tooth, every folded paper, every parent who had received a threat and thought silence was safer. Maybe. Outside, rain kept falling over the strip mall, washing glass from the sidewalk into the gutter. Inside Whistle and Wren toys, the ballerina dolls lay scattered across the floor with their painted smiles turned upward, their cardboard boxes softening in the water. And behind the counter, Abby finally opened her hand. In her palm were 3 small teeth that were not hers. By the time the paramedics got me outside, the rain had slowed to a fine mist, and the strip mall looked almost normal from the parking lot. That was the part I hated. The shoe store sign still buzzed blue against the wet pavement. The card shop windows still displayed glittery Thanksgiving cards and a cardboard turkey with one eye peeling off. Cars still passed on Far Hills Avenue like nothing important had happened in the narrow strip of Ohio between a toy store and a service alley. A woman slowed near the police tape, looked annoyed at the blocked entrance, then drove on toward Kroger. Inside Whistle and Wren, the sprinklers had finally stopped. Water ran under the front doors in thin streams. A ballerina doll lay face up near the entrance mat, her pink skirt plastered to the tile, both painted eyes aimed at the ceiling. I sat on the back bumper of an ambulance with a towel around my shoulders and an ice pack against my jaw. My face throbbed in time with my pulse. The inside of my cheek had split where Caleb hit me, and every time I swallowed, I tasted copper, wet paper, and the mint from the paramedic's gloves. "Follow my finger," the paramedic said. I did. "Any nausea?" "A little." "Headache?" "Yes." He wrote that down. Mara Ellison, 26, female, seasonal toy store employee, and newly unsuccessful person trying very hard not to become useless under pressure, sat there under emergency lights while strangers decided whether she had a concussion. That was how I thought of myself in that moment, detached and mean. Because if I thought of myself simply as me, I might start shaking and not stop. Across the lot, Theo was sitting in a second ambulance with his forearm wrapped in thick white gauze. His knit beanie was gone. His blonde curls were flattened by sprinkler water, and he kept staring at his hand like he couldn't forgive it for bleeding. Priya stood beside him with a blanket around her shoulders, talking quietly to an officer. Her voice had gone rough, but she was steady. Every few seconds, she looked toward the ambulance where Abby sat with a female EMT and a child services worker. Abby still had Priya's cardigan around her shoulders. She had refused to let anyone take it off. Lisa was the last of us to leave the store. That surprised nobody. Her shoulder had been dislocated when she hit the floor, and she held her right arm against her body with her teeth clenched so tight I could see the muscle jump in her jaw. Even then, she paused at the doorway and told a detective not to step on the receipt strips near the register because those are transaction records, not trash. The detective said, "Ma'am, please get medical attention." Lisa said, "I am getting medical attention." Arguing with me. "That's how you know I'm conscious." The paramedic beside me muttered, "I like her." I did too. Derek Voss was taken away before Lisa. He had 2 cracked ribs, a deep cut over his eyebrow, and a badly sprained wrist from trying to keep Caleb away from the front doors. The last thing I heard him say was, "Check the van. Check the cooler bag." He said it 3 times, louder each time, until an officer finally leaned into the ambulance and told him they had already found it. The cooler bag. That phrase followed me to Kettering Health like a loose thread snagged on my sleeve. The emergency room was too bright and smelled like disinfectant, damp coats, and vending machine coffee. A nurse cleaned the cut inside my mouth and told me I'd be eating soup for a day or 2. Another checked my pupils. The doctor said I had a mild concussion, bruising along my jaw, and a sprained wrist I hadn't noticed until he pressed the right spot, and I nearly kicked him. "Adrenaline," he said, like that explained every stupid thing bodies did. My mother arrived at 12:38 a.m. in the same blue raincoat she wore to walk the dog. She looked smaller than usual walking into the exam bay. Not older, just less like the person who knew what to do with every bad thing. "What happened to your face?" she asked. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. That old hollow opened in me again, the one where words used to disappear. But this time, it wasn't because a conference room wanted me polished and clever. It was because my mother was standing under fluorescent light with wet hair around her temples, and if I said the sentence out loud, "There was a man using dolls to scare children," I would have to live in a world where that was true. So I pointed to the chair. She sat. I said, I didn't freeze. It wasn't the beginning she expected. It wasn't even a useful beginning. But she nodded like she understood enough. Later, the police took my statement in a small consultation room with beige walls and a poster about fall prevention. Detective Hannah Mayers, 41, female, was from the Kettering Police Department, calm in the way of someone who had learned not to react before the story finished. She had short black hair, a tired face, and a pen she clicked only when she was thinking. She asked me to start from the returned doll. So I did, the mother with the 6-year-old. The first bite marks, the sealed box, the tooth, the power outage, the van, the texts, Abby coughing in the stockroom, Caleb's face in the broken rear window, the list, the way the paper dissolved in my mouth when I tried to keep it from him. Detective Mayers listened without interrupting much. When I finished, she said, "You did the right thing preserving what you could." I laughed once, and it hurt. I ate evidence. You prevented a suspect from taking it. That sounds better. It is better. She didn't tell me I was brave. I appreciated that. Bravery, by then, sounded too clean for what had happened. I had been terrified the entire time. My hands had shaken. I had almost handed the phone to Lisa. I had almost stepped back. The only difference was that I had moved while afraid, which didn't feel heroic. It felt like dragging furniture across wet concrete. By morning, they had found enough. Caleb Rusk was not a distributor employee. He had worked maintenance at Hawthorne Apartments until 2 months earlier, when he was fired after complaints about entering units without proper notice. He knew which families had children, which parents worked nights, which doors had broken chains, which kids waited at the bus stop near Building C. He also knew Derek's delivery schedule. That was how he started using Whistle and Wren. Caleb had intercepted one shipment in the service alley the previous Friday, while Derek stepped into the card shop for a signature. Not long, maybe 3 minutes, long enough to open 2 cartons, remove certain toys, and replace them with altered ones he had prepared elsewhere. The doll heads had been opened at the seam, stuffed with folded notes and tiny bags, then resealed with careful glue. The bite marks were part threat, part instruction. He used children's lost baby teeth when he could get them. Parents kept them in drawers, little boxes, envelopes marked with dates. When he couldn't, the police said later, he used teeth from old dental teaching kits he had stolen from a storage unit cleanout job. Not all the teeth were from children. That should have comforted me. It didn't. The cooler bag in Derek's van held the missing carton 5. Infant teethers, several opened and repacked, each with a small folded note hidden behind the cardboard insert. The notes listed children from Hawthorne Apartments and 2 other complexes near Wilmington Pike. Threats, instructions, drop locations, don't call police, return the toy, bring cash, bring the tooth, bring whatever small proof he demanded next. It was not clever in the way movies make crimes clever. It was messy, cruel, repetitive, dependent on shame, fear, and delay, dependent on parents thinking they had misunderstood, dependent on stores treating weird returns as gross customer behavior, dependent on children believing an adult who crouched down and spoke softly. Abby's mother had received one of the dolls Saturday evening. Caleb had told Abby, outside their building, that he needed the paper back, or her mother would be arrested for stealing. Abby had panicked when her mother tried to call the store, bitten the doll during the struggle to get it from her, and loosened a tooth that was already ready to fall out. That was the message I received. She says it hurts her mouth. Her mother was not hurt badly. She had a bruised wrist from Caleb grabbing her phone before Abby ran. She had sent the texts from a neighbor's phone. After getting mine from the store receipt, Abby had hidden in her coat pocket. By the time police reached Hawthorne, she was in the hallway with 3 neighbors, one of them holding a baseball bat, all of them furious and frightened and late. The other children on the list were found safe. That sentence looks simple. It was. Some had received toys. Some had not. Some parents had thrown the notes away. One father had brought a doll back to Whistle and Wren before we opened Monday and left it by the rear door because the note told him to. That was the damp box on the entrance mat. Caleb had retrieved it through the ceiling space during the blackout and planted it inside to make us look unreliable, confused, maybe complicit if police arrived too soon. The baby teeth in Abby's palm belonged to 3 different children, none of whom had been physically harmed by Caleb. They had been taken from keepsake boxes during maintenance visits at Hawthorne. I wish I could say that was the strangest sentence I ever heard from a detective. It remains in the top 5. Whistle and Wren closed for 9 days. The official sign on the door said water damage, temporarily closed. Below it, someone taped a smaller handwritten note that said, "Thank you for your patience." Lisa wrote that one left-handed after her shoulder was put back in place. The letters slanted downward more than usual. When the store reopened, the doll aisle was gone. Not permanently, Lisa said, just for a while. The space held puzzles and wooden blocks instead, bright square boxes stacked where the Petit Pas ballerinas had once stared through plastic. The front windows were cleaned, the ceiling tiles replaced, the register drawer repaired, the security system upgraded by a man who kept saying, "Yeah, this old setup was not ideal," until Lisa finally told him she understood the concept of not ideal. Theo came back 2 days after reopening with 12 stitches in his arm and a new habit of standing where he could see both doors. His jokes returned slowly, with gaps around them. "Good news," he told me one afternoon while unpacking dinosaur kits. "I no longer mock true crime podcasts for screaming at people not to go into basements." That was a stockroom. Same emotional category. Priya returned the following Saturday. She brought Abby's cardigan, washed and folded, because Abby had finally given it back only after Priya promised she could visit the store when it felt okay. Priya set the cardigan on the counter and stood there for a moment, pressing her fingers into the soft knit. She asked if the dolls were mad at her. Priya said, "What did you say?" "I told her dolls don't get mad." Priya looked toward the empty place where the doll aisle had been. "People do." Lisa put Abby's thank you drawing in the break room, not out front where customers could ask about it. It showed 4 stick figure adults, one small girl in yellow, and a toy store with rain falling sideways. In the corner, Abby had drawn a police car with enormous blue lights. She did not draw any dolls. Caleb's case moved through the legal system in the slow, grinding way real cases do. There were charges I had to look up, and charges I understood immediately. Kidnapping-related counts, extortion, burglary, child endangerment, assault, tampering with evidence. His lawyer tried to argue that nobody had been seriously hurt by the toy aspect, which made Lisa so angry she had to step out of the preliminary hearing. Nobody from Whistle and Wren testified that first month. We were told to wait, preserve memory, avoid media, don't discuss details online. That last part became harder than expected. A local station ran a short segment about tampered toys at a Kettering store. Then came Facebook posts, neighborhood rumors, a woman claiming her nephew had found human teeth in a stuffed rabbit from a completely different store, which turned out to be popcorn kernels. For a week, every weird toy in Montgomery County became part of our story. Lisa hated that most. People need facts, she said, taping another press request to a folder labeled "Do Not Answer." Fear without facts just makes everyone stupid. I thought about that a lot, because facts helped, but they did not fix everything. For weeks, I heard cardboard scraping when the furnace turned on. I flinched at the door chime. I couldn't walk past the doll section at Target without checking the plastic windows for cloudy smudges. Once at my mother's house, I found an old baby tooth of mine in a tiny envelope in her dresser drawer, labeled Mara, top left, 2004, and had to sit on the edge of her bed until the room stopped narrowing. My mother threw the envelope away without making a speech. That was love, I think, or one version of it. I kept the job. I didn't plan to. The seasonal position was supposed to end after Christmas, and for a while I told myself I stayed because I needed money. That was true, was also incomplete. I stayed because Whistle and Wren became the place where something terrible had happened, and I had not disappeared. I stayed because Lisa asked, "Can you cover Tuesday?" Like the store was still a store, and I was still an employee. And there was something almost healing in being trusted with ordinary tasks after extraordinary ones. Ring up blocks, restock puzzles, tell a grandfather that yes, the fox puppet looked friendly, but not smug. Check returns, especially returns. We changed the policy, not in a way customers noticed immediately, but enough. Every return got photographed. Every box was opened behind the counter. Damaged children's items were bagged and logged. Delivery cartons were checked against manifests before Derek, or the replacement driver, while Derek recovered, left the alley. The ceiling access panel was bolted shut and alarmed. Lisa made a checklist titled, "Because People Are Weird," which felt very Lisa. The first time someone returned a doll after reopening, all four of us happened to be there. It was a baby doll with a broken sound box. A grandmother set it on the counter, apologetic and tired. "It keeps saying Mama at 2 a.m, she said. "My daughter-in-law is about ready to throw it in the trash." Theo looked at me. Priya looked at Lisa. Lisa put on gloves. The grandmother blinked. "Is that necessary?" Lisa smiled politely. "Store policy." We opened the doll. loose battery wire. Nothing else. No teeth, no notes, no cloudy marks inside the packaging. Just a cheap electronic toy failing in the most annoying way possible. For some reason, that made me cry later in the bathroom. Not hard, not dramatically. Just a few silent tears while the sink ran and the overhead fan rattled in its dusty housing. Relief can feel stupid when it finally shows up. The subtle thing happened 2 weeks before Christmas. I was closing alone with Lisa because Theo had a follow-up appointment and Priya was at a school art show. Snow had replaced the rain by then, soft, dry flakes drifting under the parking lot lights. The store smelled like paper bags and peppermint from the candy dish near the register. We were doing the final return log when Lisa paused over a box left on the counter. A plush fox. Not one of ours, technically. Same brand we carried, different size. No receipt. No tag. Someone had placed it there during the last hour, maybe while we were helping a line of customers. It sat upright beside the gift wrap station with its stitched black eyes and white-tipped tail. "Did you see who brought that in?" Lisa asked. No. She turned it over, checked the seams, pressed the belly, looked inside the mouth. No teeth marks, no cuts, no note, just a fox. We checked the cameras. A crowded hour. Parents in coats. Kids touching everything. One blind spot near the card rack because a tall man had stood there too long comparing dinosaur puzzles. No clear answer. Lisa bagged the fox anyway. "Probably nothing," she said. "Probably." She put it in the locked evidence cabinet we had started using for damaged returns, though calling it an evidence cabinet made both of us uncomfortable. At closing, I stepped outside with the trash and looked across the parking lot. The snow made the strip mall quiet without making it peaceful. Far Hills Avenue glowed beyond the lots, traffic moving steadily through the dark. Near the far curb, tire tracks cut through fresh snow where no car was parked. They let in, stopped for maybe a minute, then backed out. That was all. No van, no man in a cap, no child in yellow, just tracks. I told Lisa. She came outside, looked at them for a long time, then said, "Inside." We locked the door early. Maybe it was nothing. A parent turning around. A delivery driver using the lot. Someone checking directions. Probably. That became one of the words I trusted least. The next morning, the fox was still in the cabinet. The cameras showed nothing useful. No one called about it. No child came looking. No police report grew out of it. Life has a rude way of continuing without confirming your fears. By Christmas Eve, Whistle and Wren was busy enough that we had to prop the stockroom door open just to move inventory. Children pressed mittened hands to the windows. Parents asked for batteries. Lisa wore a sling decorated with tiny adhesive bows because Theo had gotten bored during a slow hour. Priya wrapped gifts at a speed that seemed physically impossible. At 4:57 p.m., 3 minutes before closing, a little girl with front teeth missing smiled up at me while her father paid for a puzzle. "Look," she said proudly, pointing at the gap. "Tooth fairy." I smiled back. My jaw still ached in cold weather. "That's a good one," I said. Her father laughed. The register printed a receipt. The door chime pinged as they left. Ordinary sounds. Cardboard, bells, wet boots on mats, a child laughing with a lisp. I stood there and listened to all of it, not because I was fine, because I wasn't gone. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is The School Janitor Warned Me Never to Enter the Music Room Alone. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first wrong note came from the music room after the final bell, when every instrument in there was supposed to be locked in a cabinet. And every kid with enough breath to play one was already gone. It was a trumpet note, not a song, not even a warm-up, just one thin, sour blat that buzzed through the second-floor hallway and died against the trophy case glass. I stopped with my hand on the mop closet door and listened, because that's what you do when a school is mostly empty. You listen harder. During the day, Harrow Creek Middle School was a brick box full of sneakers squeaking, lockers slamming, teachers calling names from attendance sheets, and the cafeteria dishwasher coughing steam into the back corridor. After hours, every little sound got promoted. A pencil rolling off a desk sounded deliberate. The old radiators ticked like they were keeping score. Even the vending machine near the gym made these slow, tired hums that seemed too human when there weren't students around to drown them out. The trumpet note didn't come again. So I told myself what I wanted to believe. Some kid had left an instrument out. Air pressure, a loose valve, the building settling, something normal wearing a weird coat. My name is Caleb Morris. I was 23 then, male, and 2 months into a part-time evening job at Harrow Creek, while I finished my teaching certification at Eastern Connecticut State. I grew up 15 minutes away in Norwich, in a house where nobody threw anything out until it had failed 3 different ways, so cleaning up after other people didn't bother me. I liked the routine: empty trash, wipe desks, mop spills, check bathrooms, lock doors, repeat until the place stopped feeling like it belonged to children and started feeling like a building again. I had one private weakness I kept buried under jokes and no problem answers. I hated being the last person in a place. Not disliked, hated. Movie theaters after closing, church basements after a youth group dinner, the back room at the gas station where I worked summers. Once the human noise drained out, my head filled the gap with every bad possibility it could invent. My father used to call it a squirrel heart. He meant it kindly, I think. It still made me ashamed. So when the trumpet note came from the West Wing, I stood there longer than I should have, one hand on the closet knob, smelling lemon floor cleaner and wet dust, deciding whether I was a grown man or still the kid who sprinted up the basement stairs because he imagined something behind him. Then Mr. Varga rounded the corner with a rolling trash bin and nearly clipped my shoe. "Caleb," he said, not loud, but sharp enough to make me step back. "You hear that?" Mr. Emil Varga was 64, male, the head janitor, and originally from Szeged, Hungary, though he'd lived in Connecticut longer than I'd been alive. He had a square body, silver hair buzzed close to the scalp, and hands that looked built for tightening bolts without tools. He moved slowly until he didn't. That was the thing about him. 1 second, he seemed like a man conserving energy. The next, he was across a hallway, pulling a leaking ceiling tile down before it soaked through and collapsed on a 7th grader's head. "Trumpet," I said, "maybe from a case." He stared past me toward the music wing. The hallway lights over there were on half power, the way they always were after 4:30, every other fixture glowing weakly behind yellowed plastic covers. The painted cinder block walls turned from beige to gray where the light thinned out. Nobody should be in there. Band kids leave stuff all the time. "Not in that room," he said. I waited for him to explain. Mr. Varga liked explaining things. Which padlock stuck in winter? Which teacher hid Keurig cups in the paper recycling? Which soap dispenser needed to be hit from the side with your palm? But this time, he took the ring of keys from his belt and closed his fist around them so they wouldn't jingle. He said, "Never enter the music room alone." I almost smiled because it sounded like a line from something, too heavy for a Tuesday in October. Then I saw his face. He wasn't joking. He wasn't trying to scare the new guy. His eyes stayed on the hall like he expected another sound, and his jaw worked once under his mustache. "Why?" I asked. He looked at me then. "Because you don't need to." That was Mr. Varga's way of ending a conversation. Not because he had won it, but because he had put the answer where he thought it belonged and didn't see the point of decorating it. Before I could push, a door banged open downstairs near the front office. Normal noise flooded back in for a second: voices, laughter, the slap of rubber soles, the metallic clatter of a music stand being folded wrong. "Sorry," someone shouted from below. "We're leaving." Mr. Varga's shoulders loosened by half an inch. "Drama club," he muttered. "Band?" I asked. "No. Drama, they use cafeteria, not music." He started rolling his trash bin again, but slower now. "Come," he said. "We check together." That should have made me feel better. It didn't. The West Wing at Harrow Creek had been added in the late 1970s, when the town still thought enrollment would keep climbing forever. It stuck out from the older brick building like an afterthought. Low ceiling, narrow windows, beige tile floor patched in places with mismatched squares. The art room was at one end, the music room at the other, with 2 practice rooms and a storage closet between. During the day, the whole area smelled like valve oil, dry erase markers, and the dusty sweetness of old sheet music. After hours, it smelled colder. Metal, floor wax. The faint mildew that lived inside instrument cases, no matter how carefully teachers stacked them. Halfway down the hall, I noticed one of the bulletin board borders had peeled loose and was ticking against the wall whenever the ventilation kicked on. Tick, pause, tick, tick. It sounded like a fingernail if you let your mind be stupid about it. Mr. Varga noticed me looking. "Staple gun in office," he said. "I'll get it later." "You say later," it becomes June. I laughed because that was easier than admitting my mouth had gone dry. Near the music room door, a triangle of light stretched across the floor. The door wasn't open. Not exactly. It was resting against the latch with a gap thin enough for light and sound to escape. The brass plate beside it read music/chorus, room 214, with a strip of peeling tape underneath where some student had once labeled it the band cave in marker. Mr. Varga stopped 3 feet away. "Did you unlock it today?" he asked. "No, you sure? I haven't had keys for this wing except the bathrooms." He nodded once, not comforted. A voice behind us said, "Is something wrong?" I turned too fast. Ms. Dana Ellison stood at the corner by the stairwell, a canvas tote bag slipping down one shoulder and a stack of folders pressed to her chest. She was 39, female, the choir and general music teacher, born in Hartford, and carrying herself with the alert exhaustion of someone who spent all day getting 12-year-olds to sing on pitch without destroying their dignity. She wore a long green cardigan and had a pencil tucked through her bun. Her classroom was the room in front of us, but she was supposed to have left at 3. She always told everyone she had to pick up her son from aftercare in Willimantic. "Doors open," Mr. Varga said. Ms. Ellison frowned. "It shouldn't be." "We heard a trumpet," I added. Her expression changed in a small way, barely anything. Her eyes went to the door gap, then to Mr. Varga, then away. "A trumpet," she said. "Just one note. There aren't any trumpets out. I locked the brass cabinet before I left." "Maybe you missed one," I said, and immediately heard how useless it sounded. Ms. Ellison didn't snap at me. She just shifted the folders against her chest and said, "I don't miss instruments. Not anymore." The words landed strangely. Not anymore. From inside room 214 came a soft scrape. All 3 of us heard it. Not dramatic. Not a crash. More like a chair leg dragging an inch across tile. Ms. Ellison took one step toward the door. Mr. Varga put his arm out in front of her. "No," he said. "My laptop S in there." "No, Emil." The way she said his first name told me there was history there. Not personal, maybe. Professional. The kind built from years of fire drills, broken heaters, missing students, parent nights, and all the small emergencies that make school staff trust or resent each other. "My laptop," she said again, quieter, "and the concert money envelope is in my desk." Mr. Varga didn't lower his arm. "We call office. There's no one in the office. Then we call police." That jolted me more than the trumpet note. "For an open door?" I asked. Mr. Varga looked at me with irritation, but underneath it was something else. Fear, maybe, though I had trouble accepting that from him. "For trespass," he said. "For possible burglary." Ms. Ellison gave a short, humorless laugh. "The police in Harrow Creek will love that." Hello. Someone played a bad trumpet note and moved a chair. The scrape came again. This time it lasted longer. A chair, definitely, or something the size of a chair. I pictured a student hiding under a riser, trying not to laugh. I pictured a raccoon, though how a raccoon would get to the 2nd floor of a Connecticut middle school and choose the music room felt like too much ambition for one animal. I pictured a parent with a custody issue, which was not funny at all. Every school employee gets trained on those possibilities. Doors propped open. Adults who shouldn't be there. kids who follow someone because they recognize their face, not because they're safe. Ms. Ellison's hand tightened on the tote strap. There was a 7th grader hanging around after rehearsal, she said. Maya something. She said her mom was late. What time? Mr. Varga asked. 4, a little after. I walked her to the front bench. Name Maya Reese, flute player. Quiet kid. Maya Reese appeared a moment later, as if the building had heard her name and produced her from the stairwell. She was 12, female, small for her grade, with a puffy lavender coat half-zipped and a flute case clutched against her ribs. Her hair was pulled into 2 tight braids, and her eyes widened when she saw the 3 of us outside the music room. She had the careful look of a kid who had learned to check adult faces before speaking. I'm not in trouble, she said immediately. Ms. Ellison softened. Maya, honey, why are you still here? My mom's car battery died. She said my uncle's coming. Maya looked at the door. I forgot my binder. In there? I asked. She nodded. Mr. Varga made a sound through his nose. Ms. Ellison glanced at him. We can't leave her binder overnight. She is playing tests tomorrow. I can print another scale sheet, Ms. Ellison said to Maya. Don't worry about it. It has my science homework too, Maya said. Mr. Klein gives zeros. That sounded exactly like something a middle schooler would panic about while adults debated trespassing. Her world still had grades in it. Rubrics, missing assignments, consequences that fit inside a backpack. From inside the room came a click, then another, not footsteps. The sound was smaller, mechanical, and close to the floor. Maya whispered, Is someone tuning? Nobody answered. The music room door shifted inward by itself, maybe pushed by air from the vents, maybe by gravity because the latch hadn't caught. The gap widened from 2 inches to 6. I saw the nearest row of black metal music stands, the edge of Ms. Ellison's desk, a poster of Louis Armstrong taped crookedly above the whiteboard. Nothing else. The smell came next. Wet cardboard. That was what unsettled me most. Not rot, not blood, not any movie horror smell. Just damp paper and old carpet, even though the music room didn't have carpet. Ms. Ellison noticed it too. She pressed her lips together. We had a leak, I asked. Mr. Varga didn't answer. Maya said, my binder S on the piano bench. Ms. Ellison turned to her. You are staying right here. I know, no wandering, no going in after anything. I know, it should have ended there. One adult calls the non-emergency line. Another waits with the kid. Mr. Varga and I stand by the door until someone with a badge arrives and finds a raccoon, or an embarrassed student, or a draft nudging furniture around. But ordinary life has a way of leaning on you until you choose the quicker, dumber option. Ms. Ellison's phone buzzed. She pulled it from her cardigan pocket, read the screen, and closed her eyes. My son's aftercare closes in 20 minutes. Go, I said. We'll handle it. Her eyes opened. No, my laptop has student IEP notes on it. I can't just, we'll lock the hall, Mr. Varga said. And if someone is in there with my work laptop, my cash envelope, and a student binder, I'm responsible. You're responsible for not walking into something stupid, he said. That shut everyone up for a second. Maya shifted her flute case from one hand to the other. The tiny metal latches clicked together. From inside room 214, something answered with 3 matching clicks. Maya stopped moving. The hallway seemed to narrow around us. A laugh came from downstairs then, one of the drama kids, probably, loud and careless and alive in the normal part of the building. Someone yelled, "Dude, give it back." A door slammed. The outside world still existed. Parents were still waiting in cars under the sodium lights. Buses still coughed diesel in the lot. Somewhere, a custodian's radio was probably playing classic rock near the gym. Up here, 4 of us stared at a music room door that had opened 6 inches wider than anyone wanted. My shame kicked in before my judgment did. I didn't want Maya to see me scared. I didn't want Ms. Ellison to think I was useless. I didn't want Mr. Varga, with his old warning and locked jaw, to be right about me needing another person just to step into a classroom. "I can grab the binder," I said. "Door stays open. You all watch me." Mr. Varga turned slowly. "Did I say?" "Not alone," I said. "I won't be alone. You'll be right here." "That is not same. It's 10 feet to the piano bench." Ms. Ellison looked torn in a way that made her seem suddenly younger. "Caleb, don't. I can deal with Mr. Klein." Maya whispered, "I really need it." She didn't mean to pressure me. That made it worse. The fluorescent light inside the room flickered once, then steadied. I could hear the building's ventilation pushing air through the ceiling ducts, a dry whisper over metal. Somewhere in the room, paper shifted, maybe sheet music, maybe a loose worksheet lifting in the draft. Mr. Varga took his keys out again. "No," he said. "We close door. We wait downstairs together." "And if there's a kid hiding in there?" I asked. Scared, hurt. He didn't answer quickly enough. That was the crack. Because for all his warning, for all the weight in his voice, he was still a school janitor in a building where children sometimes hid in stupid places for stupid reasons. We all knew it. Bathrooms, locker bays, under stage platforms, behind gym mats. Kids made bad choices, then got too embarrassed to undo them. Ms. Ellison looked at the door, then at Maya, then at her phone again. "One look," she said, from the doorway. "Nobody goes past the first row." Mr. Varga said something in Hungarian under his breath. "What?" I asked. "It means this is how paperwork begins." Despite everything, I laughed once. Too loud. The sound bounced into the music room and came back thinner. No one inside laughed with me. Mr. Varga moved to the door and placed 2 fingers against it, not pushing yet. Ms. Ellison set her folders on the floor by the wall. Maya backed up until her shoulder touched the trophy case. I stood beside Mr. Varga, close enough to smell his coffee breath and the clean cotton of his work shirt. He looked at me. "You stay behind me," he said. I wanted to argue. I didn't. He pushed the door open. Room 214 revealed itself in pieces. Rows of empty chairs, black stands angled like folded birds, instrument cabinets along the far wall, the upright piano near the whiteboard, Ms. Ellison's desk with a ceramic mug full of sharpened pencils, the American flag hanging limp by the corner speaker. No person, no raccoon, no trumpet on a stand. Maya's blue binder sat on the piano bench exactly where she'd said it would be, and on the tile floor in front of it, arranged in a neat line from the doorway to the piano, were 7 wet footprints. Not muddy, not bloody, wet. The kind someone leaves after stepping out of a shower. Bare feet, adult-sized. They ended at the bench. They did not lead back. Ms. Ellison made a tiny sound, more breath than voice. Mr. Varga reached back without looking and pressed his palm against my chest to keep me from stepping in. Behind us, Maya said. Those weren't there before. The choice sat there in the doorway with us. Close the room and call the police, leaving the binder, the laptop, the money envelope, and whatever explanation waited between the rows of chairs. Or go in together, just far enough to see where the wet footprints ended. Mr. Varga's hand stayed firm against my chest. Now, he said softly, you understand alone is not the only problem. Mr. Varga did not let any of us step into the music room. Not at first. He kept one hand against my chest and the other on the door edge, holding it open just wide enough for all of us to see the footprints. 7 wet marks on dull beige tile. 5 toes each. Heel. Arch. Long enough that whoever made them was taller than Ms. Ellison and probably heavier than me. The worst part was how fresh they looked. The edges still shone under the fluorescent lights. Tiny beads of water sat in the grooves where the tile had been scuffed by years of chair legs. They hadn't soaked in. They hadn't dried. Whoever had crossed that threshold had done it minutes ago. Maybe seconds. Maya made a noise behind me, a tight little inhale, and Ms. Ellison moved automatically, putting herself between the kid and the door. Caleb, Ms. Ellison said, call the office. There's nobody in the office, Mr. Varga said. Call anyway. I already had my phone out. My thumb slipped once because my hands were damp from the mop bucket, or because I didn't want to admit they were shaking. The screen showed 1 bar of service, then none, then 1 again. Harrow Creek always did that. The building was old brick and metal lath and dead zones. Teachers complained about it constantly until they needed students not to have signal. Then suddenly, the dead spots became a blessing. I dialed the front office extension from the laminated emergency contact sheet taped beside the door. The phone inside the main office rang downstairs. I could hear it. That was how empty the building was. 3 long rings floated up the stairwell, faint and useless. No one picked up. Try the SRO, Ms. Ellison said. Officer D'Amato leaves at 3:30, Mr. Varga said. Then 911. Not yet, Maya whispered. We all looked at her. Maya Reese, 12 years old, female, still pressed against the trophy case, with her flute case hugged so hard against her chest the vinyl creaked, looked smaller than she had 2 minutes before. The bravado she'd used to say she wasn't in trouble had drained out of her face. Her eyes were fixed on the music room floor. My uncle, she said, he's not supposed to pick me up. Ms. Ellison's posture changed. What do you mean? My mom said Uncle Ray was coming, but Maya glanced toward the stairwell. He's not really my uncle. He used to date my aunt. He just says that. The hallway seemed to tilt a little around that sentence. What's his full name? Ms. Ellison asked. Ray Cullen. Mr. Varga's head turned toward the stairwell. Ms. Ellison lowered her voice. Has Ray Cullen been here before? Maya nodded. At the winter concert last year. He got mad because my aunt wouldn't sit with him. How mad? I asked. Maya didn't answer right away, which was an answer. Mr. Varga let go of my chest and reached for the radio clipped to his belt. The district had given custodians those little black radios because the West Wing phones cut out and nobody wanted to pay for new wiring. Most nights we used them to ask whether someone had seen a trash barrel or to warn each other about vomit in a stairwell. He pressed the side button. Varga to front. Anyone in office, static. He tried again. Varga to Jim. Joe, you there? The radio hissed, popped, then produced half a voice. Acting up by Joe, Mr. Varga said. Nothing. Joe Hendricks was 48, male, the assistant custodian assigned to the gym side. A big, cheerful man from Groton who wore Red Sox caps in defiance of Mr. Varga's no hats indoors rule. If Joe was still in the building, he would have answered. If he wasn't, his radio was probably sitting on the charging dock by the boilers, where it couldn't help anybody. Ms. Ellison pulled out her own phone and stepped closer to the window at the end of the hall, lifting it like that might coax signal from the parking lot. Come on, she muttered. Come on. The music room made no sound now. That almost felt worse. I stared past the footprints at Maya's binder on the piano bench. Blue cover, frayed corner, a sticker of a cartoon frog peeling off the front. I could see a sheet of paper sticking out from the side, damp at the edge as if someone had touched it with wet fingers. Maybe Ray came in, I said. Ms. Ellison looked at me. I mean, it's possible, right? He comes to pick her up, gets impatient, maybe tries doors. Music room door was loose. He sees the binder, messes around. Maybe he's drunk or high. Barefoot, Ms. Ellison asked. It's raining outside. No, Mr. Varga said. He was right. Through the narrow west-facing window, the sky had gone dark blue over the soccer field, but the pavement below was dry. Sodium lights flickered over the bus loop. A few cars sat near the entrance. Leaves scraped along the curb in little bursts of wind. No rain, no puddles, no reason for wet feet. Then, from downstairs, the front doors opened. We heard the pressure change first. A low thump through the building. Then the squeal of the right-hand door, the one that needed a hinge adjustment Mr. Varga had been complaining about for 3 weeks. Maya flinched. A male voice called from below. Maya, not loud, not angry, too casual. Maya, your mom sent me. Ms. Ellison reached for Maya, and Maya moved into her without being asked. Mr. Varga pulled the music room door mostly shut, stopping it before the latch clicked. He pointed 2 fingers at me, then at the stairwell, then flattened his palm. Stay. My stomach tightened. This was the concrete shape of the problem now. Not a trumpet note, not footprints, not a weird old warning. A girl was in the building with an adult she didn't fully trust. Her mother's car was dead somewhere off-site. Cell service was unreliable. The office was empty. And if we mishandled it, if we let the wrong person take her, if we accused the wrong person, if we panicked and split up, then all our little rules and trainings would turn into something people explained afterward in meetings. Ms. Ellison put her mouth close to Maya's ear. Do not answer him. Maya nodded once. Does your mom know he's here? Ms. Ellison whispered. She texted me that he was coming, but she only calls him that because it's easier. Maya's voice cracked. He's not allowed at our apartment if my aunt's there. The male voice came again, closer to the stairs. Maya, hey, kiddo, we gotta move. Your mom's waiting. Mr. Varga stepped away from the music room and positioned himself where the hallway bent. He wasn't hiding, exactly. He was making sure Ray would see him before he saw Maya. I noticed then that Mr. Vargas' keys were still in his hand, one key angled between his knuckles like a tiny silver blade. That scared me more than the footprints. Ms. Ellison finally got one bar on her phone. She dialed 911 and held still, like movement might break the connection. Emergency services. What's the address of your emergency? I heard faintly from her speaker. Ms. Ellison's face changed with relief, so sharp it looked painful. Harrow Creek Middle School, she said quietly. 81 Birch Road, Harrow Creek, Connecticut. We have a possible unauthorized adult in the building trying to pick up a student, and we may have a break-in in room 214. The dispatcher asked something I couldn't hear. Ms. Ellison said, "No weapon seen. Adult male, Ray Cullen. We have the student with us. We're on the second floor west wing." Down the hall, Mr. Varga called, "Can I help you?" Footsteps paused on the stairs. A man laughed once. "Yeah, I'm here for Maya Reese. Her mom sent me." Ray Cullen appeared at the top of the stairwell. He was maybe mid-40s, male, white, with a shaved head, a gray hoodie under a black work jacket, and jeans dark at the cuffs. He had the thick, restless build of a man who did physical labor, but didn't sleep well. His cheeks were flushed, not enough to prove drinking, just enough to make you wonder. One hand held a cracked phone. The other hung loose at his side. He looked at Mr. Varga first, then over his shoulder. He saw Ms. Ellison. He saw Maya tucked behind her. His smile stayed on, but the warmth went out of it. "There she is," he said. "Come on, May. Your mom's freaking out." Maya didn't move. Ms. Ellison held the phone down by her thigh so Ray might not notice the call was still active. "Mr. Cullen, we need to verify pickup with Maya's mother." She already verified. She texted Maya. "We need to hear it directly." Ray's jaw shifted. "Phone's dying. That's why I'm here. Then we'll wait until she can call the school. The school is closed, not for us." It was a small line, but it landed. Ray's smile disappeared. Mr. Varga stood between Ray and the hall. "You sign in at office." Ray lifted his eyebrows. "At 5:30, yes, nobody's there. Then you wait there." "I'm not waiting in an empty office like some creep." Nobody said anything to that. From inside the music room behind us, something tapped 3 times. Soft. Wood on wood. Ray's eyes flicked toward room 214. That flick was too quick and too familiar. He knew something. Or he had heard something. Or he was just reacting to the same sound we were. Ms. Ellison's fingers tightened around her phone. The dispatcher's tiny voice said, "Ma'am, are you in a safe location?" Ray heard it. His face sharpened. "You called the cops," he said. Ms. Ellison raised the phone. No point hiding now. "Yes, for me, for the situation." Ray laughed again, but this time it had no casual edge. It came out dry and hard. "You teachers are unbelievable. Her mom asks me for help, and suddenly I'm some criminal." "Stay by the stairs," Mr. Varga said. "Or what? Or police meet you in hallway instead of lobby." Ray looked at him for a long second. Then he glanced down at Maya. "Tell them, May. Tell them your mom texted you." Maya's mouth opened, but nothing came out. The private fear that had been living behind my ribs all evening shifted into something uglier. Being last in an empty place was bad. Being trapped in one with a child depending on me was worse. I didn't want to be the person who froze. I had spent years managing fear by making myself useful in small ways. Carry the box, hold the door, wipe the spill. Say yes before anyone notices you want to say no. Now there was no small job. There was a girl who needed adults to become a wall. I stepped beside Mr. Varga. Ray noticed and gave me a look. "Who are you, custodian?" "Then go custodiate something." My face got hot. Mr. Varga said, "Enough." Ray took one step into the hall. Mr. Varga lifted the radio. "Joe, if you hear me, West Wing now." Static answered. Ray looked amused. "Great security system." The lights flickered, not out. Just a quick dip that made the hallway hum change pitch and the emergency exit sign glow harder for half a second. Harrow Creek did that sometimes when the kitchen compressors kicked on, but the cafeteria had been shut down for hours. Ms. Ellison looked up. Mr. Varga did too. Ray didn't. He was watching Maya. "Your mom's gonna be pissed," he said softly. "I'm trying to help," Maya whispered. "Can I call her? Her phone's dead." "Can I try?" Ray's nostrils flared. "You calling me a liar?" Ms. Ellison moved Maya farther behind her. That was when the music room door clicked shut. Not slammed, clicked. A clean latch sound. We all turned. Mr. Varga had left it almost closed, but not latched. Now it was fully shut. The strip of light under the door remained. My first thought was air pressure again. The front doors, the ventilation, a draft moving through the old wing. But then came another sound from inside room 214, a phone vibrating on a hard surface. BZZZT, BZZZT, BZZZT. Ms. Ellison stared at the door. "My laptop bag," she whispered. "My phone charger S in there, but not another phone." Maya looked down at her coat pocket and patted it with sudden panic. "My phone," she said. Ms. Ellison turned. "You don't have it." Maya shook her head. "It was in my binder pouch." Ray smiled. "It was small and gone almost immediately, but I saw it. So did Mr. Varga." The phone inside the music room kept vibrating. Each buzz traveled through the door and into the hall, a trapped insect sound. Ms. Ellison spoke to the dispatcher. "The student's phone is inside the room. Someone may be calling it. Tell them to get the police faster," Mr. Varga said. "I already did." Ray shifted his weight toward the stairs, as if deciding whether to leave. That should have been good. Let him go. Let police deal with him outside. But Maya said, "Wait." Everyone froze. She stared at the music room door. "That's my mom's ringtone." The phone stopped vibrating. Then it started again. BZZZT, BZZZT, BZZZT. Ms. Ellison's voice went thin. "Maya, are you sure?" Maya nodded, crying now without sound. "She calls twice when it's important." Ray said, "See, she's trying to reach her." "Then answer your phone," I said. He looked at me. "What?" "Call Maya's mom from your phone. Put her on speaker." Ray lifted his cracked phone. "Battery S at 2%. Try." "Man, I don't take orders from janitors." "Custodian," Mr. Varga said. "It would have been funny in another life." Dispatcher's voice came again from Ms. Ellison's phone. "Units are en route. Stay together. Do not confront the individual if you can avoid it." Ray heard enough. His eyes moved from Ms. Ellison's phone to the stairwell, then to the music room door. His calculation was visible. The police were coming. Maya wouldn't walk out with him. Whatever was in that room, phone, binder, something else mattered. He backed up one step. "Fine," he said. "You people can explain to her mom why her kid's stranded." He turned and started down the stairs. Ms. Ellison let out a breath. Mr. Varga didn't relax. He moved to the stairwell, watching Ray descend. I followed 2 steps behind. At the bend in the stairs, Ray paused and looked back up. The overhead light caught his face from below, flattening his features. "You should check that room," he said. "Wouldn't want another kid locked in, right?" Then he continued down. The front doors squealed open a moment later, then shut. For 5 seconds, nobody spoke. Then Maya's phone buzzed inside the music room again. Ms. Ellison pressed her free hand against her forehead. "We have to answer it." "No," Mr. Varga said. "If it's her mother, police are coming. And if her mother is in trouble, that was the new time limit." It settled over us with an ugly practicality. Police were coming, yes, but Harrow Creek had 1 patrol unit covering half the town on weeknights. 5 minutes if they were nearby. 15 if they weren't. Longer if they were dealing with something else. Maya's mother might be calling from a dead car, or from a roadside, or from somewhere Ray had just left. Maya said, "Please." Ms. Ellison looked at Mr. Varga. We open the door. I stand in the hall. Caleb reaches in and grabs the binder. "No one goes farther." Mr. Varga shook his head. "Phone is in pouch. Binder on bench. Too far." "I saw it. It's 10 feet. You saw footprints too, Emil." "No." Maya's phone stopped. The hallway became full of tiny sounds again. The fluorescent buzz, the far-off clank of pipes, Maya's uneven breathing, the faint scrape of wind pushing dry leaves along the outside wall. Then Ms. Ellison's phone, still connected to 911, beeped a low battery warning. She looked at the screen. 6%. Mr. Varga's radio crackled suddenly. Joe's voice burst through, broken but recognizable. "Arga, you there? Power's acting weird by the gym. East doors won't." "Joe," Mr. Varga said, grabbing the radio. "Call police from landline. Tell them West Wing, student, unauthorized adult, possible intruder. Static." "Joe, nothing." The hallway lights dipped again. This time they stayed dim. A mechanical thunk sounded from somewhere deep in the building. The old magnetic fire doors at the end of the West Wing released and swung shut across the corridor behind us, sealing off the shortcut to the main stairwell with 2 heavy windowed doors. Maya jumped. Ms. Ellison swore under her breath. "Power fluctuation," Mr. Varga said, but he didn't sound certain. The only clear stairwell now was the one Ray had just used. From inside the music room came the trumpet note again. Short, sour, closer to the door. Maya covered her ears, and then her phone began vibrating once more, but this time the sound moved. Not on the piano bench, not from the middle of the room. It buzzed once near the front of the room, then scraped, then buzzed again closer to the door. Something inside was dragging Maya's phone across the tile. Ms. Ellison whispered, "Oh my God." Mr. Varga stepped back and reached for the handle, not to open it, but to hold it shut. Too late. The door opened inward 1 inch. A wet fingertip appeared around the edge near the latch. Then another, human fingers, adult-sized, pale from water. Mr. Varga slammed his shoulder into the door and shoved it shut. The impact cracked through the hall. Maya screamed. Ms. Ellison grabbed her and pulled her back. I lunged without thinking, pressing both hands against the door beside Mr. Varga. Something pushed from the other side, not hard at first, testing, then harder. The old latch rattled against the strike plate. "Move," Mr. Varga grunted. "We lock it." He fumbled his keys one-handed. I kept my palms on the painted wood and felt each shove travel through my wrists. Whoever was inside was strong enough to move the door against 2 adults. Ms. Ellison spoke rapidly into the phone. "Someone is inside the room. Someone is trying to get out. We need officers now." The dispatcher said something about leaving the area if safe. It was not safe. The fire doors blocked one direction. Ray had gone down the other stairwell. Maya's phone and maybe the only direct line to her mother were inside the room with whoever had wet feet and a trumpet, and no reason to be there. Mr. Varga found the key. "Hold. I am holding. Hold better." The door jumped against us. A thin line of water ran out from under it and touched the toe of my sneaker. Mr. Varga got the key into the lock and turned it. The deadbolt slid with a heavy metal clack. The pushing stopped. For one breath, 2, 3, there was only our breathing and Maya crying behind us. Then, from inside the locked music room, Maya's phone rang again. This time it was right against the door. And through the wood, muffled but clear enough for every one of us to hear, a woman's voice came from the phone speaker. "Maya, honey, don't go with Ray." Ms. Ellison went white around the mouth. Maya tore free from her grip and rushed toward the door. I caught her by the shoulders before she could reach the handle. "My mom," she sobbed. "That's my mom." The voice came again, distorted by the cheap phone speaker and the door between us. "Maya, listen to me. He has my keys." Then the line cut off. Downstairs, the front doors squealed open again. Not once, twice. Someone had come back inside. Mr. Varga looked toward the stairwell, then at the locked music room door, then at the closed fire doors behind us. We had a child to protect, police not yet on scene, a possible intruder trapped in the music room, and Ray Cullen back in the building with Maya's mother's keys. The safe choices had run out. The first thing Mr. Varga did was kill the hallway lights. Not all of them, just the switch for the west wing. He reached around the corner beside room 214 and slapped the old beige panel with the side of his fist. Half the corridor dropped into emergency glow. The red exit sign above the stairwell threw a weak color over the tile, and the window in the fire door at the far end reflected us back in warped pieces. Ms. Ellison crouched with Maya against her, Mr. Varga standing with his shoulder still angled toward the music room, me in my cheap gray work shirt, palms wet, trying to breathe without making noise. "What are you doing?" I whispered. "If he comes up, he has to see less," Mr. Varga said. From downstairs, the front doors squealed shut. Ray Cullen was inside again. Ms. Ellison's phone gave another low battery chirp. She pressed it to her ear. "Hello? Are you still there? Hello?" Nothing. She looked at the screen and swore softly. Call dropped. Maya made a hurt little sound, like that mattered more than the man downstairs or the person behind the music room door. Maybe it did. At 12, a dead phone during an emergency is not a technical problem. It is abandonment. "Try again," I said. "I am." Ms. Ellison jabbed at the screen. but the service bars had vanished. The phone stayed on 6%, then blinked to 5. The layout of the second floor mattered now in a way I'd never cared about during normal cleaning rounds. The west wing was a straight hallway, maybe 60 feet long. Behind us, at the far end, the magnetic fire doors had closed across the connector to the main classroom wing and the better stairwell. To our right was music room 214, now locked from the hallway, but occupied by someone who had tried to push out. Ahead of us, past the bend, was the smaller west stairwell Ray had used. It led down to the side exit near the bus loop. Between us and that stairwell were 2 practice rooms, a storage closet, and 1 narrow teacher restroom. No other way out unless you counted climbing through a second-floor window and landing on shrubs. Maya whispered, "Can we hide?" That should have been our first attempt. Simple, sensible. Get the child out of sight, barricade, wait for police. Mr. Varga pointed to the nearest practice room. There, no window to hall. Practice room A was barely bigger than a walk-in closet, with soundproofing panels that smelled like dust and old foam. A single chair sat inside with 1 metal music stand and a dented snare drum on a shelf. I pulled the door open and felt along the wall for a switch. Nothing happened. The power dip had killed that circuit too, or maybe the bulb had been dead since spring. "Inside," Ms. Ellison said to Maya. Maya hesitated. Her eyes went to the music room door, where the strip of light under room 214 had disappeared when Mr. Varga cut the hall lights. Water still glistened along the threshold, a thin, dark tongue reaching into the corridor. "I don't want to be shut in," Maya said. "I know," Ms. Ellison said, too quickly. I heard the strain in her voice and understood something I hadn't noticed before. She didn't want to be shut in either. Not in a windowless little room with 1 door and a child pressed against her side. Her calm was a teacher's calm, the kind built for fire drills and nosebleeds and panic attacks in bathrooms, but it had started to crack at the edges. "We'll keep it open a little," I said. "I'll stand right outside." "No," Mr. Varga said. "Door closed. Light from hall gives away. Can't lock her in the dark. Better dark than visible." Ms. Ellison looked at him. "Emil, she is 12, and he is downstairs." The argument lasted 3 seconds, but it cost us. Footsteps sounded from the stairwell. Slow, 1 step, pause, another. Ray wasn't running. He wasn't shouting now. He was taking his time, and that made the hallway feel shorter. "Inside," Ms. Ellison whispered. Maya ducked into practice room A with Ms. Ellison behind her. Mr. Varga handed me his radio. "If Joe calls, answer low." Then he closed the practice room door until only a finger-width gap remained. We waited in the dim hall, him on 1 side of the practice room door, me on the other. Both of us turned toward the bend near the stairwell. I held the radio against my chest to muffle any crackle. My arms ached from bracing the music room door, and there was a stinging line across my right palm where a splinter from the painted wood had gone under the skin. I could feel it every time my fingers tightened. Ray's footsteps reached the top landing. He didn't come around the corner. "Hello," he called softly. Mr. Varga didn't answer. Ray laughed under his breath. "Come on, I know you're up here." The music room door behind us creaked, not opening, The deadbolt held, but the wood gave one long complaint as pressure pushed from the other side. Ray heard it. "Jesus," he said from the stairwell. "You locked him in, him." Mr. Varga looked at me. Ray had given us something, maybe by accident. Someone male was in room 214. Someone Ray knew or guessed he knew. "Who is in there?" Mr. Varga called. Ray did not answer. Instead, something small bounced once near the corner and rolled into the hallway. I almost shouted. It was a key fob. Black plastic, silver ring, one brass house key, and a car key attached. Maya's mother's keys. They spun on the tile and stopped near a trophy case. From inside practice room, came a muffled gasp. Maya had seen them through the gap. Ray stayed hidden around the bend. "Tell Maya to come get them." "No," Ms. Ellison said from inside the practice room, low but fierce. Ray chuckled. "I'm leaving them right there. Her mom needs those." "Where is her mother?" Mr. Varga called. "She's fine." "Then bring her here." "She's embarrassed." "Battery died," she called me, then freaked out because your little student started making it weird. Ray's voice hardened. "I'm done playing school cop. Maya can come downstairs, or she can wait with you until actual cops show up and explain why you held her." The key fob sat in the middle of the hallway like bait. That was our first failed attempt. Hide Maya, wait him out, keep things still. It failed because Ray didn't need to find her immediately. He just had to pull at the one thread she could not ignore. Maya shoved the practice room door open. Ms. Ellison caught her by the sleeve. "No, my mom needs her keys." "Maya, what if she's stuck somewhere? What if she can't get home?" Mr. Varga stepped between Maya and the keys. "I get them." He moved fast for a man his age, crossing the hallway in 3 long steps. The moment he bent, Ray came around the corner. He had something in his hand. Not a gun, not a knife. A fire extinguisher. The red cylinder from the stairwell bracket. He swung it low, not at Mr. Varga's head, but at his legs. It connected with the side of Mr. Varga's knee with a dull, awful thud. Mr. Varga grunted and went down hard on one hand, keys scattering from his fist. Ms. Ellison screamed his name. I moved without thinking. Ray raised the extinguisher again, and I slammed into him shoulder first. We hit the wall by the bulletin board. The loose border ticked once against my ear, absurdly loud. Ray smelled like cigarettes, motor oil, and sour sweat. He was stronger than me in the blunt way of men who have spent years lifting heavy things badly. He drove an elbow into my ribs. Air jumped out of me. I grabbed at his jacket and caught the zipper instead of his arm. The extinguisher dropped. It hit the tile and discharged. White chemical powder blasted across the hall in a choking cloud. For one wild second, it looked like smoke pouring out of the floor. Maya screamed. Ms. Ellison pulled her back. I heard Mr. Varga coughing, heard Ray cursing, heard the radio on the floor crackle under someone's shoe. The terrifying misdirection lasted maybe 5 seconds, but in those 5 seconds, I thought the music room had vented something into the hall gas, dust, whatever had made the footprints wet, something planned and poisonous. My eyes burned. My throat closed. The emergency lights blurred into red smears. Then the powder settled enough for me to see the extinguisher rolling against the baseboard, its hose still hissing weakly. Not smoke, Not poison, just dry chemical dust. Real, explainable, still enough to blind us. Ray shoved away from me and ran toward the practice room. Ms. Ellison stepped into the doorway with the music stand in both hands like a spear. She didn't look brave in a movie way. She looked terrified and furious and practical. "Back off," she said. Ray stopped short. For half a second, nobody moved. The powder drifted through the dim hall. My ribs burned every time I inhaled. Mr. Varga was on one knee, one hand gripping the wall, his face pinched tight around pain. Then the locked music room door shook behind us. Once, twice, hard enough that the metal frame rang. Ray's head snapped toward it. Inside room 214, a man shouted. It was muffled, but unmistakably human. "Ray, open the damn door." Maya went silent. Ms. Ellison's eyes widened. Ray's face changed. Not surprise, anger. "Shut up," he barked at the door. That was the second fact revealed, and it came with a worse one attached. Ray had someone inside the music room, or someone inside thought Ray could help him. The strange noises, the wet footprints, the phone moving, none of it belonged to a ghost or the building settling. There was a person in there, and he was desperate enough to start yelling. Mr. Varga forced himself upright, putting almost no weight on his right leg. "Who is he?" Ray wiped powder from his mouth with his sleeve. "None of your business." The man inside shouted again, weaker this time. "She's gonna tell them." Ray lunged for the keys Mr. Varga had dropped. Not the mother's keys, the school keys. I saw what he wanted half a beat too late. "Stop him," I dove, but my foot slid on the extinguisher powder. My knee hit the tile. Pain shot up my thigh. Ray got one hand on the key ring. Mr. Varga kicked at him with his good leg and caught Ray's wrist. Keys skidded across the floor toward the closed fire doors. Maya's mother's keys sat forgotten by the trophy case. Ray cursed and bolted toward the stairwell instead. Ms. Ellison yelled into her dying phone. He assaulted staff. He's leaving through the west stairs. Please hurry. No answer. The call was gone. The battery indicator blinked red. Ray disappeared down the stairs. We should have let him go. That was attempt 2. Recover the school keys. Keep the door locked. Wait for police. Partial success. Ray didn't get the keys. The music room stayed locked. But the attempt tightened the trap anyway. Mr. Varga's knee was injured. My ribs and knee hurt. The hallway was coated in chemical powder that made everyone cough. Ms. Ellison's phone was nearly dead. The only working stairwell led toward Ray. And the man inside room 214 had confirmed there was a human threat on the other side of the door. Maya started sobbing again, openly now. "I want my mom," she said. "I want my mom." Ms. Ellison held her with one arm and wiped powder from her own eyes with the other. I know, sweetheart." The radio crackled from the floor. I crawled to it and pressed the button. Joe, can you hear me?" Static. Then Joe's voice came through, clearer than before but panicked. "Caleb, what the hell is going on?" I heard screaming. "West Wing. Call 911 from the landline. Landlines are down. Phones went dead when the power dipped." Mr. Varga closed his eyes. I said, "Use your cell." I got no signal by the gym. "Listen, the east doors won't unlock. Magnetic system's messed up. I'm going to the boiler corridor to check the panel." "No," Mr. Varga snapped, grabbing the radio from me. "Joe, stay put. Why, unauthorized man in building. A pause. Then Joe said, I saw somebody by the bus loop. Black jacket. Ray Cullen, I said. Do not approach him. Joe's breathing came through the radio, loud and uneven. Too late. He went around toward the back service door. The back service door. I pictured the school from above the way. I'd seen it on laminated evacuation maps. West stairwell at one end. Main entrance downstairs near the office. Gym and cafeteria to the east. Service corridor wrapping behind the stage. Delivery door by the dumpsters. If Ray went around outside to the back service door and the magnetic locks were glitching, he might get in behind us. Or he might reach the boiler corridor. Or he might be trying to find another way to the music room through the storage chase. Mr. Varga pressed the radio button. Joe, lock yourself in custodial office. Emil, now. Static swallowed the rest. Ms. Ellison's phone died. The screen went black in her hand. No dispatcher, no timer. No proof anyone was coming except the memory of her having reached them once. Inside the music room, the man started coughing. Wet, harsh coughs. Not theatrical, not fake. The kind that scrapes. Water, he said through the door. Mr. Varga said, move away from door. Water, the man repeated. Please, Maya whispered. Is he hurt? Nobody answered. I looked at the water seeping under the door, more now, not flooding, but enough to make a slick crescent over the tile. The smell of wet cardboard had thickened. It mixed with extinguisher powder and made the hallway taste chalky and damp. Ms. Ellison noticed too. Is there plumbing in there? No, Mr. Varga said. Sprinkler line. In ceiling. Could it be leaking? Maybe. That was the first almost normal explanation that actually helped. A burst pipe or sprinkler leak in room 214. A barefoot man hiding inside. Wet footprints because he'd stepped through water. The trumpet note because he knocked an instrument over or used it to distract us. Maya's phone moved because he dragged the binder or kicked it. Grounded, still awful. Who are you? Ms. Ellison called through the door. The coughing stopped. Help me, the man said. Name first. Nothing. Mr. Varga leaned close to the door. Name. A pause. Drew. Ms. Ellison stiffened. I saw it. Mr. Varga saw it too. Drew who? I asked. Ms. Ellison didn't look at me. Andrew Larkin. The man behind the door gave a low groan. Dana. Maya looked up at her teacher. You know him. Ms. Ellison's face had gone gray beneath the extinguisher dust. Andrew Larkin is 36, she said, voice careful, as if reading from a report she never wanted to see again. Male. Former substitute music aide. He was removed from the district 2 years ago. Removed why? I asked. He wasn't supposed to be around students. The hallway went still around that. Behind the door, Andrew Larkin laughed once, then coughed so hard it cut off. I didn't touch anyone, he said. Ms. Ellison's hand tightened on Maya's shoulder. Move back from the door. I can't. Why? No answer. Mr. Varga looked at the water, then at the door, then at Ms. Ellison. We need get out. What about him? Maya asked. He stays. But if there's water, he stays, Mr. Varga repeated. And this time there was no softness in him. Then the fire alarm panel at the end of the hall began to chirp. Not the full building alarm. A trouble signal. One sharp beep every 10 seconds from the red box mounted near the closed magnetic doors. Beep. The emergency lights flickered again. Beep. A low rumble traveled through the wall beside the music room. The ceiling tile over room 214 bowed downward at one corner. I pointed. That's water. Another tile sagged. A brown stain widened across it, spreading fast. Mr. Varga limped toward the fire doors, grabbed the push bar, and shoved. They opened 2 inches and stopped with a grinding sound. The magnetic release had dropped, but one door was wedged against the floor track, probably warped from years of humidity, and now jammed by the power failure. "Help," he said. I went to him. Together we pushed. My ribs screamed. His injured knee buckled once, and he bit down on a curse. The doors moved another inch, enough to show the dark connector hallway beyond, but not enough for a person. Again, he said, we shoved. Nothing. Behind us, the man in the music room started pounding on the door. "Ray," he shouted. "Ray, don't leave me." From downstairs came a crash. Metal on concrete. Then Joe's voice over the radio, high and broken. "He's inside by service. He's got bolt cutters or something. Emil, he's heading your way through the back hall." Ray had not run. He had circled. He was trying to reach us from the other side of the school, or reach the music room. Mr. Varga looked at the jammed fire doors, then at the west stairwell, then at the music room, where water continued to creep under the door, and Andrew Larkin pounded from inside. "We go down west stairs now," he said. "Ray came from there," Ms. Ellison said. "He went around. Stairs clear, maybe. Maybe better than staying." Maya clutched Ms. Ellison's cardigan. My mom's keys. They were still by the trophy case, 20 feet away, half dusted white. I went for them. My knee protested every step. As I bent, the music room door rattled behind me, not from Andrew pushing out this time, but from something striking the lock area again and again. Metal on metal. He had found something inside. A music stand leg. A tuning hammer. Scissors from Ms. Ellison's desk. I grabbed the keys. At the same moment, the ceiling inside room 214 gave a heavy wet pop. Water hit the floor in a sudden sheet, loud enough to make us all flinch. The strip beneath the door turned into a rush. Cold water spread across the hall, carrying little black flecks of ceiling tile and gray dust. The deadbolt held, but the wood around it groaned. Andrew screamed not words, just pain or panic. For one stupid, human second, everyone moved toward the door. Even Mr. Varga. Then a sound came from the far side of the jammed fire doors. Bolt cutters biting chain. Hard metal crunch. Once, twice. Ray was not below us anymore. He was on the other side of the closed connector, cutting through the chained emergency access gate in the dark hall beyond. He had used the back service route to flank us. We were boxed in. Music room on one side, with Andrew Larkin trapped in rising water and trying to break out. Ray Cullen approaching through the blocked fire door side. West stairwell behind us, possibly clear, but leading down toward the side exit and whatever Ray had left there. Maya began to shake so violently her flute case rattled. Mr. Varga took Maya's mother's keys from my hand and shoved them into Ms. Ellison's palm. "Downstairs," he said. Now, the fire doors jumped as something struck them from the other side. Ray's voice came through the small window, muffled and close. "I know you're there." Mr. Varga tried to guide us toward the west stairwell. Then the music room deadbolt tore loose from the water-softened frame with a splintering crack. The door burst inward, not open enough to free Andrew. open enough for his arm to shoot through the gap and grab Maya's flute case strap. Maya screamed and fell forward. Ms. Ellison caught her around the waist. I grabbed the strap and pulled. Andrew's wet hand clamped down, knuckles white, nails broken, face still hidden behind the door. Mr. Varga slammed his keys against the man's wrist. Andrew howled and let go. The flute case snapped open. Maya's flute spilled onto the wet tile in 3 silver pieces, and from the far fire doors, the chain finally gave way. The point of no return was not dramatic in the way I would have expected. No explosion, no blackout, no villain speech, just 2 exits failing at once. Behind us, Andrew Larkin forced the music room door wider with a sound of splitting wood. Ahead of us, Ray Cullen shoved through the fire doors into the west wing, breathing hard, bolt cutters hanging from one hand. The only open path left was down the west stairwell into the dark lower level, and none of us could stay where we were. Ray came through the fire doors with the bolt cutters hanging from his right hand, and for one awful second nobody moved. He looked worse in the emergency light. The powder from the extinguisher had settled in the creases of his jacket and across his scalp, turning him gray at the edges. His breathing was loud, wet, angry. Behind him, the chain he had cut swung from the fire door handle and tapped the glass every time the door rocked. Tap, tap, tap. Behind us, Andrew Larkin shoved at the music room door again. The frame cracked another inch. Maya's broken flute lay on the wet tile between us and him, silver pieces glinting under the red exit sign. The headgint had rolled toward the wall. The body was half submerged in the spreading water. The footgint sat near my shoe like something surgical. "Everybody stop," Ray said. Nobody had been moving. That was the stupid part. We were already stopped. Ms. Ellison had Maya wrapped against her side. Maya's face was pressed into the green cardigan, but her eyes were open, staring at the bolt cutters. Mr. Varga stood crookedly on his injured leg, one hand braced against the wall, his key ring clenched in the other. I was half crouched, one palm against the wet floor where I'd grabbed for the flute strap, my ribs burning from Ray's elbow. Andrew's arm slid farther through the gap in the music room door. Pale, wet, scratched. "Ray," Andrew gasped. "Get me out." Ray didn't look at him. "Where's the girl's phone?" It fell. "Where?" "I don't know. The water. You don't know." Ray's voice cracked sharp. Andrew kicked the door from inside. "Open it," Mr. Varga said. "Police are coming." Ray laughed once, breathless. "Yeah, you keep saying that. They have your name. They have a name." "They have hers too," Mr. Varga said, nodding toward Maya. "Student, minor, you touch her, every patrol car in county looks for you." Ray's eyes moved to Maya. That was enough. Ms. Ellison shifted her body in front of her. "Don't." Ray lifted the bolt cutters a few inches. Not high, just enough to make the metal jaws catch the emergency light. "I need the phone," he said, "and I need those keys." Ms. Ellison's hand tightened around Maya's mother's keys in her pocket. I saw the fabric bunch. Ray saw it too. "There," he said. Maya whispered, "What did you do to my mom?" "Nothing." "Then why do you have her keys?" Ray stepped forward. Mr. Varga moved to block him and nearly fell. His injured knee buckled, grabbed his elbow, and he hissed through his teeth, furious at the help and needing it anyway. Ray smiled at that. "Old man's done," he said. Mr. Varga's answer was quiet. "Not yet." Behind us, Andrew slammed his shoulder against the music room door. The weakened frame split with a dry pop that sounded wrong under all that water. The door lurched inward, then caught on something inside, probably a fallen chair or music stand. The gap widened enough for Andrew's face to appear. He was not a monster. That made it worse. Andrew Larkin was a thin white man with sandy hair plastered to his forehead, maybe 36 like Ms. Ellison had said, his eyes wide and unfocused behind wet lashes. His nose was bleeding. One cheek was scraped raw. His dress shirt clung to him, transparent at the shoulders. He looked like someone who had been dunked in a bathtub and beaten getting out of it. "Dana," he said, "please." Ms. Ellison didn't move toward him. "You came into my classroom," she said. "I didn't know she'd be here." Maya made a small sound. Ray snapped, "Shut up, Drew." "No," Andrew said, coughing. "No, I'm done. You said we'd get the envelope and the laptop, that's all. You said the kid was gone." The hallway seemed to open under that sentence. There it was. Not a haunting, not a cursed music room, not some impossible thing waiting behind the stands. A planned theft, bad timing, a child left behind, men who panicked when their simple crime grew teeth. Ms. Ellison's face changed. Not relief, not exactly, more like something ugly finally had a name. "The concert money," she said. Ray pointed the bolt cutters at her. "Keys." Andrew grabbed the broken edge of the door and tried to pull himself through. Water poured around his knees. The leak inside had become a steady rush, and somewhere above room 214, a pipe or sprinkler line knocked against its brackets with a hollow, rhythmic bang. Bang, bang, bang. Wet cardboard smell was stronger now because the ceiling tiles had fallen in. Chunks of brown fiber floated past Andrew's legs. A music stand drifted against the door, clanged, then spun away. Mr. Varga looked at the ceiling. "So did I water and old electrical wiring do not care who is guilty." "We can't stay in this hall," I said. Ray's eyes cut to me. "Nobody asked you. The floor's wet. The lights are flickering. If that water hits the wrong circuit, then move," Ray said. "Downstairs." "All of you." That was his mistake. He wanted us moving together, toward the stairwell, away from Andrew, away from the phone, away from the evidence. Mr. Varga heard it too. His body shifted barely. The west stairwell was behind us and to the left. Ray stood ahead between the fire doors and the main wing. Andrew was behind us, halfway trapped in the music room. The practice rooms were along the wall. The trophy case was near the bend. The extinguisher lay on the tile at Ray's feet, empty but solid. The powder made the floor slick. The water made it worse. I suddenly understood what Mr. Varga meant earlier. Alone was not the only problem. The room was a problem. The hallway was a problem. The building itself, old and cheap and patched too many times, was now part of the fight. Mr. Varga whispered without moving his lips, "Caleb." I glanced at him. His eyes went to the fire alarm pull station behind Ray, mounted on the wall beside the broken chain. I shook my head slightly. Too far. His eyes moved again. Maya's flute. Then the keys. Then the extinguisher powder. A plan came together in ugly little pieces, none of them good. Ray took another step. "Keys, Dana." Ms. Ellison backed up with Maya. Andrew screamed, "Don't leave me in here." Ray rounded on him. "Then crawl, you idiot." "I'm stuck." "Then get unstuck." Andrew's panic turned wild. He shoved harder at the door, forcing it open another few inches. His hand reached through and found Maya's flute body in the water. He grabbed it, maybe for leverage, maybe because it was just there. Maya cried out, "That's mine." Andrew looked at the flute like he had only just noticed it. That tiny distraction saved us. Mr. Varga threw his key ring at Ray's face. Not the keys Maya's mother needed. His own heavy janitor ring, 20 keys and a brass fob, all of it spinning through the emergency light. Ray flinched. The keys hit his cheek and bounced off. I kicked the empty extinguisher. It skidded across the powder-slick tile and slammed into Ray's shin. He stumbled sideways, cursing. The bolt cutters dipped. Ms. Ellison pushed Maya toward the west stairwell. "Go." Maya didn't go. She froze. Her eyes were on her flute in Andrew's hand. "Maya," Ms. Ellison shouted. Ray lunged. I tackled him low. This time I got his legs. We both went down in the powder and water. My shoulder hit the tile. Pain flashed white behind my eyes. Ray's knee caught my stomach. The bolt cutters clanged against the floor and slid toward the trophy case. "Get her out," I yelled, though it came out thin. Ray punched the side of my head. Once, not like in movies. There was no clean, dramatic impact. His fist hit my ear and jaw at the same time, sloppy and hard. Sound vanished on that side, replaced by a hot buzzing. My mouth filled with copper. I held on to his jacket. He punched me again. Mr. Varga came down on him with a mop handle. I hadn't seen him grab it. Maybe from the closet. Maybe from the cart near the wall. He swung like a man splitting firewood, both hands tight, injured leg dragging behind him. The handle struck Ray across the forearm. Ray howled and dropped his weight onto me. "Move," Mr. Varga barked. I rolled. He jabbed the mop handle into Ray's chest and shoved him back across the slick floor. Ray grabbed the handle. They struggled over it. Mr. Varga's bad knee gave way. He went down. Ray rose over him, face twisted, bolt cutters forgotten. Ms. Ellison left Maya at the stairwell and ran back. That was the kind of mistake brave people make when someone else is about to get hurt. "No," Maya screamed. Ray turned toward Ms. Ellison. She had the music stand from practice room A again. She swung it hard. It struck Ray's shoulder with a metallic clatter and folded wrong, the tray bending at the joint. Ray staggered but didn't fall. He grabbed the stand and yanked. Ms. Ellison lost her grip and slipped in the wet powder, landing on one hip with a cry that sounded pulled from deep in her chest. Ray raised the bent stand. A trumpet note blasted from behind us. Loud, ugly. So close it seemed to punch the hallway air. Everyone stopped. Andrew Larkin had the trumpet now. Somehow, in the chaos, it had floated or fallen within reach from inside the room. He held it in both wet hands, face pressed to the gap, and blew again. Blat. Not music. A signal. A distraction. A desperate idiot trying to make us all look at him. It worked. Ray turned. Drew shut. Maya moved. She ran from the stairwell, not toward Ray, not toward Andrew, but toward the bolt cutters by the trophy case. Small, fast, crying so hard she made no sound. She grabbed them with both hands. They were too heavy. The jaws scraped the tile. "Maya," Ms. Ellison shouted. Ray saw her. He lunged. I don't know what I meant to do. I threw myself between them because there was no time to decide anything smarter. Ray hit me shoulder first, and we crashed into the trophy case. Glass cracked, not shattered, not all at once. A spider web burst across the pane beside my face. Metal trophies rattled inside. One fell over and rang against the shelf with a bright little ping, absurdly cheerful. Ray's hand closed around my throat. The hallway narrowed. His thumb pressed under my jaw. His breath hit my cheek in hot bursts. "You should have stayed a janitor," he said. I clawed at his wrist. Couldn't pull it off. Behind him, Maya dragged the bolt cutters toward Mr. Varga. Not to use as a weapon, to cut the chain. No, the chain was already cut. Mr. Varga understood before I did. He pointed at the fire alarm pull station. "Red box," he gasped. "Use handle." Maya lifted the bolt cutters and smashed the plastic cover. The alarm screamed. Full building alarm. A shrill, pulsing mechanical wail that tore through the hall and shook dust from the ceiling vents. Ray's grip loosened. Not enough. Then the sprinklers in the hallway kicked on. Cold water burst from the heads overhead, hammering the tile, our hair, our faces, the powder, the blood from my mouth. The alarm must have triggered the already compromised system, or the heat sensor had finally tripped from a short near room 214. I didn't know. I didn't care. The floor became a sheet. Ray slipped. I drove my knee upward with everything I had. It caught him in the thigh, not where I aimed, but it broke his stance. Mr. Varga, still on the floor, swung the mop handle low and took Ray's feet out from under him. Ray went down hard. His head hit the tile with a sound I felt in my teeth. He groaned and rolled onto his side. Alive. Stunned. Not done. Andrew started laughing behind the music room door, then coughing, then laughing again. The sprinklers soaked all of us. The hallway strobed faintly as the emergency lights flickered underwater. Somewhere downstairs, another alarm horn blared out of rhythm with the one above us. The building had become all sound. Alarm, water, coughing, Maya crying, Ms. Ellison gasping in pain, Mr. Varga swearing in Hungarian. I crawled to the bolt cutters. Ray reached for them too. Our fingers touched metal at the same time. He looked at me. His eyes weren't wild now. They were clear, focused, mean. "Give me those." I grabbed the handles and pulled them to my chest. He crawled after me. Mr. Varga tried to stand and failed. Ms. Ellison pushed herself upright, one hand clamped to her hip, face wet with sprinkler water and tears. Maya stood in the middle of it all, holding the broken flute headgent like a knife. "Stay away," she said. Her voice was small, but it carried. Ray looked at her and smiled through blood on his lip. "May, come on." "No, your mom needs." "No." She threw the flute headgent at him. It hit his forehead and bounced off. It didn't hurt him badly. It wasn't supposed to. It made him blink. That was enough for Ms. Ellison to move. She grabbed Maya and shoved her through the west stairwell door. Down, Maya went this time. Ms. Ellison followed, limping. I tried to stand with the bolt cutters and nearly fell. My head rang. My ribs stabbed. Water ran into my eyes. Ray grabbed my ankle. I kicked back and felt my heel hit his shoulder. Mr. Varga crawled to his key ring, snatched it from the wet floor, and threw one key toward me. "Stair door," he shouted. I didn't know which key. There were too many. Then I saw the strip of red tape on it. West stairwell crash bar override. He had shown me once. I had barely listened. Ray dragged himself up using the trophy case frame. The cracked glass finally gave. A sheet of it dropped and burst across the tile in glittering pieces. Ray flinched back, forearm raised. I got to the stairwell door. Ms. Ellison and Maya were halfway down the first flight. I could see them through the metal railing, moving slowly because Ms. Ellison was hurt, and Maya kept trying to help her. "Keep going," I shouted. The stairwell smelled like wet concrete and old dust. The alarm was even louder inside, bouncing off the painted block walls until it became physical. Mr. Varga limped through behind me. Ray came after him. No hesitation now. No jokes. Just that heavy, determined walk, one hand dragging along the wall, the other reaching for Mr. Varga's back. I slammed the stairwell door. Ray's hand shot through the gap. He screamed when the door hit his fingers. I almost let go. That sound will stay with me longer than the trumpet. Mr. Varga didn't flinch. He shoved his shoulder into the door with mine. Lock. I fumbled the red taped key into the cylinder below the crash bar. Hands were shaking so badly, the key scraped metal twice before sliding in. Ray pushed from the other side. The door opened an inch. His bloody fingers curled around the edge. "Caleb," Mr. Varga said, "I'm trying. Try faster." I turned the key. The lock caught. Ray slammed into the door from the hallway side. The whole stairwell frame shook, but it held. We backed away. For 3 seconds, the door jumped in its frame as Ray hit it again and again. Then, from below, Ms. Ellison screamed. Not fear. Pain, Maya shouted. "Ms. Ellison, Mr. Varga," and I looked down the stairs. Ms. Ellison had slipped on the wet steps. She sat on the landing between the second and first floors, one leg bent under her wrong. Maya was trying to pull her up, sobbing and saying, "Please, please, please." The cost arrived all at once. We had stopped Ray for maybe a minute, but Ms. Ellison couldn't run. Mr. Varga could barely walk. I could barely breathe. Maya was the only one uninjured, and she was 12. Behind the locked stairwell door, Ray hit the metal one more time, then stopped. Silence would have been better. Instead, we heard him laugh, low, breathless. Then his footsteps moved away from the door. "He's going around," I said. Mr. Varga looked down the stairwell. The west exit at the bottom opened to the side lot by the bus loop. If Ray could get through the main hall or service corridor faster than we could carry Ms. Ellison down, he could meet us at the bottom. Or he could go back for Andrew. Or he could leave. But men like Ray did not cut chains and attack school staff just to leave before the thing was finished. Mr. Varga grabbed the radio from his belt. It was soaked. He shook it once and pressed the button. Joe, only static. Then, faintly under the alarm, outside, police outside front, I see lights. Relief hit me so hard I almost sat down. Police were outside, not here, not in the stairwell, not between us and Ray, but real, close. "Get to window," Mr. Varga said. The west stairwell had one narrow window on the landing where Ms. Ellison had fallen. It was wired safety glass, the kind with a metal mesh inside. It opened only 4 inches for ventilation. I stumbled down to it and shoved the latch. Stuck, of course. I hit it with the heel of my hand. Nothing, Maya cried. Move. She still had the bolt cutters. I hadn't realized I'd dropped them on the landing. She picked them up, planted the jaws around the old latch, and pulled with her whole body. It didn't cut through, but it bent the latch enough for me to force the window open. Cold October air rushed in. Sirens cut through the alarm from outside. Blue and red light flashed across the brick wall of the side lot. Help, I yelled through the 4-inch gap. West stairwell. Student and injured staff. Suspect inside. A voice outside shouted something back. Too muffled, but a flashlight beam swept up and caught my face. They saw us. For 1 second, hope made everything loose. Then the door at the bottom of the stairwell opened. Ray stepped in from the first floor. He had gone around, his face lifted toward us. Water dripped from his jacket. Blood ran from a shallow cut over one eyebrow. In his hand was the bent music stand Ms. Ellison had used on him. He locked eyes with Maya. No, Ms. Ellison said, trying to stand and failing. Ray started up, slowly, because he was hurt too, but coming. Mr. Varga put himself on the stairs above Ms. Ellison and Maya. I stood beside him. Neither of us had much left. The stairwell was narrow. That helped. Ray could only come at us straight. He climbed 1 step, then another. Police are outside, I said. Then open the door, he said. Stop, he smiled. Make me, Maya said. Mr. Varga. Her voice had changed. She wasn't looking at Ray. She was looking at the red emergency pipe running along the stairwell wall. Below it, near the landing, was the old custodial standpipe cabinet. Glass front, rusty handle, fire hose folded inside, probably untouched since the 1990s. Mr. Varga saw it. He smiled then, not happy, not kind, proud maybe. Caleb, he said, cabinet. Ray climbed faster. I smashed the cabinet glass with the bolt cutters. Pain sliced across my forearm as a shard caught me, but the door opened. Inside was a folded canvas hose with a brass nozzle and a valve wheel stiff with age. Will it work? I yelled. No idea, Mr. Varga said. Perfect. I yanked the hose free. It was heavier than expected, damp and rough, smelling of mildew and metal. Mr. Varga grabbed the valve wheel. Ray reached the landing below us. Ms. Ellison, still on the floor, kicked at his knee. He stumbled and swung the music stand down. It struck the railing beside her head with a clang that made Maya scream. Mr. Varga turned the valve. Nothing. He turned harder. His face twisted. The wheel shrieked. Then the hose kicked in my hands like something alive. A blast of brown water exploded from the nozzle, full of rust and trapped air. It hit Ray square in the chest. He flew backward against the stairwell wall. I almost lost the hose. Mr. Varga grabbed it with me. Together, we drove the stream at Ray's legs, his hands, his face. Not heroic, not clean, just pressure and panic. The stairwell filled with spray and metallic stink. Ray tried to stand and slipped. The bent music stand spun away down the steps. Now, Mr. Varga shouted. Outside, a police officer began pounding on the west exit door below. Ray crawled toward it, maybe to block it, maybe to escape. Maya snatched her mother's keys from Ms. Ellison's pocket. Maya, no, Ms. Ellison shouted. but Maya was already moving down the last few steps, small and quick, staying low under the hose stream. She reached the bottom landing, jammed one of her mother's keys into the exterior door lock, realized it was wrong, sobbed once, tried another. Ray reached for her ankle. I swung the hose down. The water hit his arm and pinned it to the step. Maya turned the third key. The west exit door opened from outside and slammed inward. 2 Harrow Creek police officers filled the doorway with raincoats over uniforms, hands on tasers and sidearms, faces tight with confusion at the water, the alarm, the bleeding adults, the child with keys in her fist, and Ray Cullen sprawled on the stairs. "Down," one officer shouted. "Hands where I can see them." Ray tried to rise. He really did, even then. Mr. Varga kept the hose on him until the officer yelled, "Cut the water." I didn't know how. Mr. Varga did. He spun the valve back with shaking hands until the hose sagged between us, coughing its last brown streams onto the steps. The officers took Ray down hard, one knee to his back, wrists pulled behind him, cuffs ratcheting shut. Ray shouted that we were crazy, that he hadn't done anything, that the kid was lying, that Andrew was the one they wanted. Nobody answered him. From above, through the stairwell door we had locked, came a final wet crash, the music room door giving completely. Andrew Larkin was out in the hall. One officer looked up. Mr. Varga said, "Another suspect. 2nd floor. Injured maybe. Former employee. Do not let him near student." The officer spoke into his radio. Real radio. Working radio. Words moved through the building faster than fear could. "Additional suspect. 2nd floor west. Fire alarm active. Water leak. Need medical. Need facilities." Maya collapsed against Ms. Ellison and made a sound I had never heard from a child before, a kind of exhausted animal sob that seemed too old for her body. I sat down on the wet stair, not because I wanted to, because my legs stopped negotiating. My forearm bled from the glass. My jaw throbbed. My ribs hurt each time the alarm pulsed. Mr. Varga leaned against the wall with both hands, face pale, injured knee trembling under him. Through the open exit door, beyond the officers and the flashing lights, I saw a woman wrapped in a police blanket near the bus loop, sitting on the curb beside a dead sedan. Maya saw her too. "Mom," she whispered. Ms. Ellison held her tighter for 1 second longer, then let go. A paramedic met Maya at the door and guided her out, not letting her run on the wet steps. Her mother stood too fast and nearly fell. They reached each other under the flashing lights and clung together so hard the blanket slipped into a puddle. Ray kept yelling. Andrew started yelling upstairs. The alarm kept screaming. But the worst part of the night had ended in the most ordinary way possible. Wet tile, bad wiring, old keys, bruised bodies, and people in uniforms finally arriving through a door we barely managed to open. Mr. Varga lowered himself onto the step beside me with a sound he tried to hide. I looked at him. He stared through the open doorway at Maya and her mother. "Never alone," he said. His voice was almost gone. I nodded, though my head hurt. The warning made sense now, but not in the way I had expected. The music room had never been dangerous because of ghosts. It was dangerous because adults had failed there before, quietly, procedurally, in ways that left gaps for men like Andrew Larkin to slip through and men like Ray Cullen to exploit. And that kind of danger did not vanish when the police put someone in cuffs. It just waited for a door to be left open again. The first person who asked me if I was okay was a paramedic with a penlight in his mouth and someone else's blood on his glove. Not a lot of blood, just enough that I noticed it before I noticed the blanket he put around my shoulders. "Hey," he said, snapping his fingers once near my left ear. "Can you hear me on this side?" I could hear him, but the sound came through cotton and water and the fading shriek of the fire alarm. My jaw hurt when I nodded. My whole body had started to shake now that it was no longer useful, the way a ladder shakes after someone climbs off it. Name, Caleb Morris. Age, 23. Do you know where you are? I looked past him at the side entrance of Harrow Creek Middle School, at the wet stairs, at the police lights flashing blue over the brick, at Maya Reese wrapped around her mother in the bus loop, like if she let go for even 1 second the night would take her back. "School," I said. "Harrow Creek. Good enough." He touched my cheekbone with 2 fingers. I flinched before I could stop myself. "Sorry," he said. "You took a hit, couple. Any loss of consciousness?" "I don't think so." "You don't think so means we check." Another paramedic was helping Ms. Ellison down the last step. She had one arm slung over his shoulders and one shoe missing. Her face was gray and wet, her bun half undone, the pencil long gone. She kept trying to look back toward the west stairwell. "Maya," she said. "She's with her mom," I told her. "I need to see her." "You did. I need to see her again." The paramedic said, "Ma'am, you need to sit." "I need to see her again." That was Ms. Ellison afterward, not crying, not falling apart, repeating the next necessary thing until someone either helped her do it or physically stopped her. They got her onto a gurney only after Maya's mother brought Maya over, and Maya touched Ms. Ellison's hand. "I'm here," Maya said. Ms. Ellison closed her eyes for half a second. "Good." Then she let them strap her ankle. Mr. Varga refused the gurney. Of course he did. He sat on the curb near the open ambulance doors with his right pant leg cut from knee to ankle, arguing with a woman from Harrow Creek Fire who was trying to ice the swelling. "It is not broken," he said. "You don't know that. I know my knee. Your knee is the size of a grapefruit. Small grapefruit." The firefighter looked at me. "Is he always like this?" "Worse," I said. Mr. Varga pointed at me without looking. "You sit. You bleed on pavement." I looked down and saw he was right. The cut on my forearm from the standpipe cabinet glass had soaked through the towel someone had wrapped around it. Drops landed between my shoes, dark on the pale concrete. A police officer crouched in front of Maya and her mother, speaking gently, notebook balanced on one knee. Maya's mother was named Laura Reese, 38, female, a pharmacy tech from Windham who looked like she had aged 10 years between leaving work and sitting on that curb. Her sedan was parked crookedly near the bus loop with the hood up. One rear tire was flat. Later, we learned the battery cable had been loosened, not broken, and the valve stem on the tire had been cut partway through so it would leak slowly instead of all at once. Ray had wanted her stuck, not dead, not obviously attacked, just stuck long enough to send him for Maya, stuck long enough for him and Andrew Larkin to get back into the school and retrieve whatever they thought would keep them out of trouble. That difference bothered me more than a cleaner kind of violence would have. It felt practiced. Inside the school, officers brought Andrew out first. He came through the side door barefoot, wrists cuffed in front because of how badly he was shaking. A blanket hung over his shoulders. His face was swollen on one side, and his wet socks made little slapping sounds against the pavement until one officer told him to stop, and another realized he didn't have shoes. He looked at Ms. Ellison on the gurney. "Dana," he said, "tell them I didn't know the kid was there." Ms. Ellison didn't answer. She turned her head away, and that did more than shouting could have. Andrew tried again. "Dana, please." A police officer guided him toward a cruiser. Ray came out next. He had dried blood over one eyebrow and a red mark across his chest where the standpipe hose had hit him. He was walking, which made me irrationally angry. I wanted him limping. I wanted the building to have taken more from him than it took from us. He looked at Maya only once before an officer put a hand on the back of his head and folded him into the cruiser. Maya's mother stepped between Maya and the view. Maya still saw. Kids always see around the edges. The school stopped screaming sometime after that. Firefighters shut down the alarm, then the sprinklers, then the water supply to the west wing. The absence of sound came gradually, not all at once. First the siren, then the horns, then the rushing water inside the walls. What remained was boots on wet tile, radios chirping, firefighters pulling hose, somebody coughing in the doorway, and the small ticking of the broken alarm strobe still trying to flash after its circuit had been killed. I was sitting in the back of an ambulance when Officer Nina Patel came over. Officer Patel was 31, female from Manchester, and she had the calm face of someone who had learned not to show surprise until paperwork required it. She asked me to walk her through the night while another paramedic cleaned my arm. So I did. The trumpet note, Mr. Varga's warning, the footprints, Ray, the phone, the fire extinguisher, Andrew, the water, the stairwell, the hose. When I finished, Officer Patel looked toward the school. Music room was supposed to be locked. Yes. Who had keys? Ms. Ellison, custodial master. Admin probably. And Andrew Larkin. I shook my head. Not anymore. She wrote that down. A firefighter came over while she was still with me. He told her they had found the likely entry point, a ground floor service door near the dumpsters. The exterior handle had been forced, but not recently enough to explain everything. Someone had taped the latch earlier so it would catch closed without locking. From the outside, it looked secure unless you tugged. Ray had bolt cutters. Andrew knew the room. Between them, they had confidence. That was all criminals need sometimes. Not genius, not a master plan, just confidence and a school that trusted old doors too much. They found Ms. Ellison's laptop in a rolling instrument cabinet, wrapped in a choir robe. The concert money envelope was inside Andrew's jacket, wet but still sealed in a plastic deposit bag. A small pry bar was under the piano bench. Maya's phone was on the floor near the door, screen cracked, still working once somebody dried it enough to power on. The last calls were from Laura Reese, exactly when Maya had said. The trumpet was dented at the bell. Ms. Ellison identified it as a school instrument. Andrew had used it first by accident, knocking it from a shelf while hiding after the water started coming down, then on purpose to distract us when the hallway fight turned. That explained the note. Mostly, there were pieces no one wanted to dwell on. The 7 footprints, for example. Andrew admitted he had taken off his shoes after stepping into water in the storage area because the soaked soles squeaked. He claimed he carried them with him, then lost them when ceiling tile fell. Firefighters found one shoe floating under a tipped riser and the other jammed behind the piano. The footprints were his, but when Officer Patel asked him why he had walked from the doorway to the piano bench and not back, Andrew said he hadn't. He said he'd entered through the connecting storage closet behind the music room, not through the hall door. Maybe he lied. He lied about plenty. Still, I thought about those 7 prints later. The clean line from hallway to bench. No return. And I thought about Mr. Varga seeing them and understanding trouble before any of us had a name for it. At Windham Hospital, they stitched my forearm with 6 neat blue sutures and told me I had a mild concussion, 2 bruised ribs, and a jaw that would complain for a week. Ms. Ellison had a sprained ankle, deep bruising on her hip, and a hairline fracture in one wrist from catching herself on the landing. Mr. Varga had a torn ligament in his knee and refused pain medication until a nurse threatened to write non-compliant in his chart. Maya had no broken bones. That sentence became the one everyone repeated. No broken bones, as if that covered it. She sat in the waiting room under 3 blankets, holding the 3 pieces of her flute in her lap. Her mother tried twice to take them from her, gently, but Maya shook her head. Finally, Laura stopped asking and just sat beside her, one arm around her shoulders, eyes fixed on the vending machine like it had answers. I saw them while I was waiting for discharge papers. Maya looked up at me. Did I ruin it? Asked. What? My flute? I didn't know what to say at first. The honest answer was probably yes. The body had been bent where Andrew grabbed it, the pad soaked, the head joint dented from where she threw it at Ray. Ms. Ellison, from a wheelchair nearby, answered before I could. No, she said. Ray and Andrew ruined it. You used what you had. Maya looked down again. I don't want to play anymore. Ms. Ellison's face tightened, but she didn't argue. That was one of the kinder things I saw that night. She didn't say Maya would feel differently. She didn't say music was healing. She didn't ask a traumatized child to turn terror into a lesson. She just said, okay. Mr. Varga was discharged around midnight with a knee brace and crutches he immediately hated. His wife picked him up in a dark blue Subaru and scolded him in Hungarian before hugging him so hard he made a noise like a punctured tire. Before he left, he tapped 2 fingers against my shoulder. You did not freeze, he said. I wanted that to feel good. It did, a little. But I remembered the seconds when Maya ran for the bolt cutters, and I hadn't moved fast enough. I remembered Ray's hand on my throat. I remembered Ms. Ellison falling, because we had all been too slow, too hurt, too human. I almost did, I said. Mr. Varga shrugged. Almost is where everybody lives. Then he left. The district closed Harrow Creek Middle School for the rest of the week. Officially, it was for water damage and safety inspections. Unofficially, It was because parents were furious, and the superintendent needed time to say security review in as many interviews as possible, without admitting that a barred former employee and a violent, unauthorized adult had gotten into the building through a taped service door. Andrew Larkin was charged with burglary, criminal trespass, theft, and violating the no-contact conditions tied to his previous case. That previous case, the one Ms. Ellison had only hinted at, had involved inappropriate messages to a high school freshman during a summer arts program. No conviction then. Resignation. Settlement language. Quiet warnings. A note in a personnel file that did not stop him from knowing the building, the routines, the blind spots. Ray Cullen got assault charges, unlawful restraint for what he did to Laura Reese at the car, burglary-related charges, interference with an emergency call, and a stack of others I only understood later when Officer Patel called me about statements. Laura admitted she had texted Maya that Ray was coming because Ray had taken her phone while helping with the car and sent the message himself. Laura got the phone back long enough to call Maya twice, then police, then lost it again during the struggle. She had a bruised wrist and a split lip she tried to hide behind the blanket. That part made Maya go very quiet whenever adults mentioned it. I returned to the school 9 days later to clean out the West Wing. Not alone. The district made that a rule before Mr. Varga even came back. 2 custodians for after-hours work, sign in logs, radios checked at the start of every shift, service doors inspected, classroom doors locked and verified, pickup procedures revised so no student left with anyone who wasn't on the approved list, no matter how convincing the story, no matter how dead someone's battery was supposed to be. Rules written in the ink people use after something has already happened. Room 214 smelled like demolition when I saw it again. Wet insulation, cut drywall, bleach, plastic sheeting. The ceiling was open in patches. Fans roared from the corners, big yellow machines with fat black cords taped down along the floor. The piano had been hauled to the stage and declared probably ruined. The instrument cabinets were empty. The Louis Armstrong poster had been removed, leaving 4 pale tape marks on the wall. Mr. Varga stood beside me on crutches, watching the contractors carry out swollen acoustic panels. Sprinkler branch line, he said. Old fitting failed. Bad timing, he grunted. Bad maintenance. That was as close as he came to blaming the building. I asked him then, because I had earned the answer, and because I was afraid he would never volunteer it. Why did you warn me before we knew anything? He looked through the plastic sheeting into the gutted room. 2 years ago, he said, students said Larkin asked her to stay after rehearsal. Alone. Ms. Ellison reported. District moved slow. Too slow. I started watching Room after school. He paused. One night, I find him in there. Lights off. Said he forgot folder. He had no folder. What happened? I told him never alone with student again. He smiled. Mr. Varga's jaw tightened. Same smile as Ray. The fans hummed between us. So the rule was about him. Rule was about people like him. Outside the broken window, kids were back on the soccer field for afternoon practice. their shouts carrying across the grass like nothing bad had ever learned the layout of this place. I thought that would comfort me. It didn't. 2 weeks later, Ms. Ellison sent an email to staff saying she was taking medical leave through winter break. No details, just gratitude, a note about trauma counseling resources for students, and a line at the end saying the winter concert would be postponed, not canceled. Maya did not come back to band right away. When she returned to school, she ate lunch in the counseling office for a while and left through the front entrance only after her mother came inside and signed her out. She carried a new binder. Red, not blue. No frog sticker. I saw her once near the office, walking beside Laura with her shoulders up around her ears. She saw me too. She lifted her hand. Not a wave exactly. More like checking that I was real. I lifted mine back. The cracked flute stayed in Ms. Ellison's room after the insurance paperwork. I found it on a shelf in April, months later, when we were moving new risers into room 214. Someone had cleaned it and set the 3 pieces in a clear evidence bag that never made it to evidence, or maybe had been returned. The bag had a white label on it with Maya's name misspelled, Mya Reese. I stood there holding it longer than I should have. The new music room door had a reinforced frame and a window panel so no one could hide right behind it. The service door had an alarm contact. The dead zone in the west wing got fixed after the district paid for signal boosters. Everything looked safer in the way repaired things look safer. Still, every time I passed room 214 after the final bell, I listened. Most nights, there was nothing. Fans, lockers settling. My cart wheels clicking over tile. Once, near the end of May, I heard a single note. Not a trumpet, a flute, thin, bent, barely there. I stopped outside the door with my hand on the new reinforced handle. Inside, the lights were off. The window panel showed only stacked chairs, clean floors, empty stands. The sound did not come again. I told myself it was a radiator pipe, a vent, air slipping through some gap the contractors had missed, something normal wearing a weird coat. Then I radioed Joe and waited for him at the corner before I unlocked the room. Because Mr. Varga was right. You don't go in alone, not because of ghosts. Because a room is only as safe as the people who are allowed to enter it, the rules people bother to follow, and the warnings they stop treating like superstition once it's too late. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.